I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fist and right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down to Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got a condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a boss, you'd be my muse.
Hey, good day, everybody. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. It is 8:04 because I am late and gay today. So here we go. It is November 29th, Wednesday. Yes, Caitlin. Good day, Caitlin. Today is Wednesday, Caitlin. Please, everybody out there, remember, do not have expectations. Expectations lead to disappointment and frustration and could break down even the best of relationships. So go out there and don't have expectations. Caitlin said on Wednesday we wear pink. Girl, I'm literally in black on black. Like, you open my closet, it's just black, 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 black. I I have something running that keeps making noise in the background because I'm trying to like do these things for you guys, and it's just I don't know what it's doing. It's stupid. You know what? Let me just bookmark that and bookmark that because it's gonna keep interrupting me with little sound bites, and it's annoying. It scares me every time it goes off. I wanted to have a light day today. Good morning, Rabbit. Hello, Rabbit. And Snafu. Snafu said, I didn't know you had a channel. Wow, you sent that almost at midnight. Yep, I have a channel. Here we are. Always fun. Usually it's, you know, a heavy subject matter and whatever, but we're just coming off Thanksgiving week. It was a big week as far as YouTube drama goes, and I hate drama. My stomach's still not right. But I wanted to have a light day, so I figured, you know what's one of the funniest things we could talk about? Dating. I really do think the way dating goes now, I think we need to look into how these people are doing it because I don't feel like they're doing it right. Not that I did it right, because God knows my relationship background looks like, you know, the path toward a war-torn country. But yeah, no. So we're going to look at that today. Rabbit, good day, good day, good day. Caitlin, my alarm should be going off soon. No expectations. That's right. There you go. No expectations. Isn't she wonderful? We love Caitlin. And I can't wait for a few weeks from now where maybe Caitlin will come up on here and, you know, have some streams with me. Because when we start talking, well, we're just two old biddies just sitting there just bah, 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 but it's always entertaining. I literally said, I'm like, I just want to talk to you for 10 minutes. And then we wind up talking for 3 hours and we're crying because we're like hysterical laughing and everything. So always want to share stuff like that. But I figured, yeah, let's look into dating and stuff like that because there's a lot of stuff going around. Darth Hideous did a stream last week where he talked about like these places that you're not supposed to take people dating. And I was like, you know what? I want to talk about that. Miami Spice, good day. She said, "Good morning, beautiful Shelly." Oh, you're so sweet. I hope everybody out there is having a good day. It's hump day, so you're halfway through it. And we could do this. You could do this. Just throw that smile on your face and just push through. It's like labor. At the end of it, at least you get paid most of the time. And if you're not getting paid, well, maybe you're getting laid. Either way, get something out of it. Bake yourself some cookies or something. I'm just trying to get through this week so that I could, sleep longer on the weekend. This week the last 10 days have kicked my ass thoroughly kicked my ass. But we're doing good things. We're mending fences. We're healing. I have embarked on this new compression therapy thing that we're doing for my legs. And while it's making me really, really sick and in a lot of pain, it's helping. I know that seems, contradictory, but it's really not. It's just my body's trying to adapt. And it adapts and tells me I don't like this, but it does. It just doesn't know it yet. Sometimes you got to, train something to like something. Amelia Sparkles. Hey, everyone, just dropping in for a quick hello. Well, hello to you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Let's see. Yep. Everybody's here. I said hello to everybody. So when I think about dating, which I try not to think about dating too often, because I didn't really enjoy it when I had to do it. And I really hate that even now it's just like dating seems like such a freaking waste of time. When I was a teenager and I started dating, we never dated just two people. Like you never went out on a date with just one other person. You always went like as a little group at first. And even when I was like dating, it was rare until I had like a steady somebody that it was just the two of us. It was always two couples, three couples. You'd always have that one friend that's like, "Where you guys going?" "No, we're going to the movies." "Can I come?" "Yeah." "Sure." So you have that third wheel or fifth wheel or seventh wheel, whatever. But there was always somebody. And I never had the heart to say, "No, this is kind of supposed to be like date night." And they'd just be like, oh, forget it. Fuck it. Come on. Come on. Caitlin said, "I'm so glad I've been out of the dating pool for almost 10 years. I haven't dated in forever." Oh, Caitlin also said, "Dear Rabbit, I've been thinking about you." We've all been thinking about you, Rabbit, because we love you. And most of us wish we could take some of this burden off of you. Or at least, give you some of our strength. So the best we could do is just make sure you know that we love you and that we're here if you need us. Having said that, Rabbit, I can't imagine what her views would be on. Yeah, I was waiting for that. I haven't dated in 48 years. Girl, you don't wanna. Because I've been looking over these rules and this and that and everything. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. My very first date was to this shithead. We went to go see a movie. I don't even remember what the movie was because I was so nervous about it. And it was me, him, his two cousins, and like three of his friends and three of my friends. So we were a crowd. I don't remember even sitting next to him in the movie theater like that. And it was like, oh my God, if somebody touches me, I'd jump. Like, it's like, no. And I've chaperoned dates like that. My friend, Vicky, she lives on the other side of town from me. I've known her since we're 14. And her little sister is like 3 years younger than us. And when we were around 16, the girl wanted to go, like her sister Jill wanted to go on her first date. And the kid was super sweet. They wanted to take her out. And, Batman had come out and it was brand new. And he was going to take her to see Batman, and her mother was like, absolutely not. And she was like, oh, but come on, like, he's so nice. And even like me and the sister, me and Vicky were like, oh no, he's really sweet. He's so cute. He's so tiny. Like he's just like a little, like teddy bear. And no. And the only way we could get her to agree was to have a chaperone. And it was like, all right. So she said, well, one of you has to chaperone. Jill was very much like, no, Vicky's not going because Vicky is tall and big and looks like China the wrestler. So she's a little intimidating looking. And the kid almost, like peed his pants when he met her. And it was just like, okay, so not Vicky. And they're looking at me and I'm like, no. Well, you're not my sister. What the hell do I have to watch you for? And she was like, oh, please, come on. I was like, no, I have to be a chaperone. You're looking at me to monitor somebody else's behavior. It's like putting the fox in charge of the hen house. So it's just like, all right, whatever. So we go to see Batman and I'm sitting behind them, right? Because I didn't want to sit next to him because one, that's just awkward. And two, I couldn't see where his hands were if I was next to him. So I was behind them and I'm very protective. She's, my best friend's little sister. I loved her to death. I was not going to let anything happen to her. And we're sitting there and you could have ran a Mack truck between them. That's how far apart they were. And these seats were like tiny. And I was just like, these two, like, what is going on? So I'm sitting there watching the movie and he's trying and he's trying. Like I could see the shoulder, the nearest to her moving. Like he's trying to get up the courage, like put his arm around her, like grab her hand. And I'm sitting there laughing into my popcorn, just like watching this movie, looking at the two of them going, this is so stupid. And I was he tried like maybe 6 or 7 times before I said, I'll just put your arm around her. And she's laughing because she's used to me. He's not used to me. And so he's just like, I wasn't going to touch her. I was like, just put your freaking arm around her, grab her hand, do something. Jesus Christ, what are you doing here? And he was just like, all right. Don't be pushy. Like saying to me, don't be pushy is like saying don't breathe. Like you might as well just ask me to turn blue and that's it. So he grabbed her hand and like we were walking home and things happen on the walk home, but that's neither here nor there. But she came up to me, like he was talking to her sister and she goes, I can't believe you said that, but thank you. She said, he was getting on my goddamn nerves. I was like, bro, are you happy? She's like, first dates go. It wasn't terrible. She's like, I hope it gets better from here. I was like, yeah. Don't get your hopes up. I was like, don't get your hopes up, honey. I'm like, slap her on the back. Like, it's all right. Because she had no idea. Years later, we were sitting around, like, we're all adults now. We all have kids and whatever. And we were sitting around the kitchen table in Vicky's house. And I'm in I think I was 30. Yeah, I had to be 30 because it was right after my divorce. I had just moved home. And we're sitting there and she's like, she just starts laughing. And I was like, what's so funny? She said, do you remember Batman? I said, yeah. Because I know exactly what she was talking about. She said, do you know how I wish somebody would take the time to be afraid to hold my hand now? She said, because now they just reach out and grab whatever the hell they want. She's like, I don't know what happened. I was like, what happened is we all grew up and became degenerates. I said, the innocence is gone. The fear is gone. Well, now the fear is back. She should not have thrown that wish out into the universe because now you're afraid to put your arm around somebody. You're afraid to hold their hand because you're like, oh my God, are they going to Me Too me or whatever? Are they going to take it wrong? Are they going to scream in the middle of the movie theater? Which, of course, you can't really go to. And another thing about the movie theaters, why the big seats? How are you supposed to go on a first date where the two of you are basically like Netflix and chill with 80 other people around you? And you can't even hold their hand. Like, what are you supposed to do? Reach all the freaking way over? No, there's enough barriers in life. You don't need barriers in the movie theater too. Like, it's a dark theater. Come on now. I just think it's funny. Caitlin said my first date was a double date to go see Tom Cruise in War of the Worlds. My friend's dad said 6 rows behind us. Yep. It's funny because you guys know that my dad passed away when I was 13. So he always said, I'm never gonna make it through your teen years. He was right. He didn't even make it to my teen years. Like he got halfway through 13 and was like, no, I'm out. I kid. It was not his choice, but whatever. Rabbit. My first movie with my husband was Wrath of Khan. Khan! Oh, come on. That was a great movie. Wrath of Khan. I don't know that I'd want to go see it on a date. I'm not really a Trekkie, but all right, if somebody would have taken me on my first date to see like Star Wars or something, yeah, I probably would have married that dude. I wouldn't have let go. I'd have been like, oh my God, we're Star Wars fans bonded for life. But what the hell was I saying? Oh, no, my dad, when we talked about me dating, he was like, yeah, you're not doing that. I was like, wait, what? I was like, of course I'm going to date. He was like, no, you're not. He was like, I'm telling you from now. He's like, there's no way you're dating until you're at least 18. I was like, now I'm like 12 when we're having this conversation. And I'm like, 18? Now, 6 years to me now, 6 years is not that much because I know how fast it goes. But back then, when you're like 12, 13 years old and you hear 6 years, you might as well tell me I have to wait a lifetime. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be old by then. I'll have wrinkles and gray hair, bitch. Like, I did not give myself credit, number one. Number two, a little over dramatic. A little bit. But he was like, he said, no. He said, there's no way. He said, okay, if you want to date, all right, you could date. Start dating right now. I hope it's someplace that, I hope you pick someplace that I enjoy. I was like, what? He said, oh, no. He goes, till you're 18, everywhere you go, I go with you. I was like, oh. And he was not kidding. I could have dated anybody, and he would have been like, okay, first they have to make it through me. So they have to make it through the interrogation in the house. Daddy was not little. He was tall, he was wide, and he looked mean. And he didn't talk. He was one of those strong, silent types. And so he was very intimidating. He didn't intimidate me. I knew he was sweet as shit. But anybody else that met him, they were just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I could just picture like him putting these poor dudes through the ringer. And I was like, come on. I was like, you're not going to be like that dad, are you? He was like, oh, I'm going to be that dad. He's like, you can guarantee it. Put money on that. I am going to be that dad. He was like, you are going to die a virgin. I was like, die a what? He was like, you're just going to die without ever dating anybody. I was like, I cried so bad. He thought it was hilarious. My mother thought it was like terrible. She was like, why would you say that to her? He was like, because it's the truth. He was like, nobody's good enough for her. I was just like, yes, they are. I didn't hear what he was telling me. I didn't see where his heart was. All I saw was, I want to date. I wasn't seeing the protectiveness and the love that he was saying that with, and the genuine fear, because he did not want anybody near me, like nobody. Caitlin said, the day I found out there were night vision cameras in the theater, I died inside. Shut up. There are not. There weren't when I was growing up, thank God. But I mean, now, are there really? Good to know. Good to know. See, the more you know, the less you go to jail. Oh, Rabbit said, I loved Ricardo Montalban. Oh, yeah, I know. She said he let me pick the movie. There is something very magical about Ricardo Montalban.
Is it because of my size?
Oh, no, my friend, no. Externals like size are not important, no.
Then I can be the man for the job. I don't have to be a giant to have a big heart. Patrick will always see me as somebody big, somebody tall.
I had to. It's our Ricardo Montalban looks remarkably like Shizzy Wiznut, doesn't he? It's weird. But Caitlin, the more you know, the less you go to jail. It's true. I need that on a t-shirt. I need a whole bunch of t-shirts or hats or mugs or something. Reb said he thought I would pick a chick flick. Yeah. No, I would never pick a chick flick to go see with the guy. I don't like chick flicks by myself. I mean, some of them are cute, but for the most part, nah. I pick action movies or sci-fi or fantasy. I don't like horror. I do like thrillers, but I don't like horror. Mysteries, yeah. If it's something like suspenseful, like Sixth Sense or something like that, yeah, fine, I'm good with it. I'll go see something like that. But like, I don't like horror. I don't like gore. It's bleh. Like, I don't want to be sick in your lap like during the movie. And some of them are like, you see the chunks flying, and you're like, nope. I would probably pick something, like fight related, or comic book related. I don't chick flicks. First of all, like I went to go see, what the hell was it? Titanic with my ex-boyfriend Billy, and he cried more than I did. And I'm just like, no, just like I won't pick like a Disney film or something like that. No. I mean, all right, everything now technically seems to be a Disney film, but I mean like an animated thing. Like I went with Miguel to see The Lion King, and he cried through the whole damn thing. He cried for every slightly sad part. And I sat there watching. Now, I'd already seen the movie, so I wasn't crying, so he looked stupid. But I remember looking at him and going, and I'm supposed to be attracted to you right now? Really? And he was just like, what? It's really emotional. I was like, bro. Why am I the man in this relationship? I don't get it. How did I get stuck with you? I get stuck with them because I get bored and I go, whatever, they're here. I never went looking for relationships. I just kind of found myself in them. And I was a lot less discerning. That's why I went 20 years with, nobody. It's just like, no, it was purely just sexual relationships, and that was it. Because I didn't have time to devote to anybody, and I was just over it. I was over emotional attachment. There was no point to it. My mother told me once that her first date, she was like 17 when she went on this date, and it was her and this guy Mario, because of course his name was Mario. And me being an asshole, I was like, did he have a brother named Luigi? And she was like, what? Like, she didn't get it. So it's really hard to joke with my mother because she doesn't get any of my references. Well, she's a little slow on the uptake. But she and Mario went out, and it was the two of them and like her friend Chicky and somebody else. They had weird names in the 60s. Chicky and I can't remember her name, was Franny or Fanny or some shit like that. And like two of her girlfriends and one of their like older but like unmarried aunts, like not older aunts, like a younger aunt that was like unmarried or whatever. One of my aunts, one of my spinster aunts. And they went to the movies in Hoboken because we used to have a movie theater. And they didn't even sit next to one another. Like it was like him and then my aunt and then my mother and then her two friends. I was like, so wait, so the whole time, like, what did you talk to like your friend? She said, no, oh my God, we watched the movie. He paid like a whole quarter to get us in. I was like, wait, stop. He paid like a quarter. Like for the 5 years, she's like, no, each 25 cents each to get into a movie theater. Really? She's like, yeah, and we had popcorn, we had whatever. She was like, he really splurged. She said she thinks he spent like $2 on the entire date. Could you imagine taking somebody out with 3 other people with you? You pay for everybody, and it costs you less than $2. I can't buy a soda for $2 anymore. It's ridiculous. But I mean, that's what they did. That's why they went out in big packs, and the dude paid for them, everybody. It was expected, and it was normal. He knew he wasn't going to get her by herself. He knew that if they went out, there had to be people that went with them. And since he's the one that asked her out, he was paying for the date. Apparently, that's not a given anymore. Apparently, it's not even a given if it's just the two of you. Like, they expect you to pay for yourself. Dude, if you're asking me out, you're paying. Like, that's just rude not to. I mean, that's like going to somebody's house for Christmas dinner and they're like, oh, yeah, so, get in the kitchen because we're all cooking. What? Family is one thing, but you go to a friend's house and they're like, yeah, no, you got to do your part. Why? If you go to a cocktail party and they're like, yeah, do me a favor, get behind the bar and start bartending because, I'm a little shorthanded. Earn your keep around here. It's crazy. Rabbit said, my husband asked me out for months and I kept saying no. My friend set me up on a blind date and it was him. Aw, that's so cute. Because, see, you were being stubborn. I knew we got along for a reason. My ex, Billy, he asked me out for 7 years. 7 years asked me out. And I was just like, no, punch in the face. No. Like, he was annoying as shit. You know what it's like to be in high school and have somebody walking backwards, crouched in front of you because I'm short, and be all up in my face. Hi, Michelle. I was like, I'm going to hit you. Get out of my face. Like, you and your ginger hair, get out of my face. I didn't say ginger back then. Now I call it ginger, but I say you and your fucking red hair, get out of my face. He was annoying. God, he was so annoying. And he's lucky I was friends with his sister. Otherwise, I would have been so much meaner to him. And I was very mean. Very, very, very mean. And of course, he's the one that broke my heart later. So it's what you get. Every guy that I knew that I said I couldn't stand, I wound up dating. Like, if not for like long term, at least for a little while. Outpost nerd, how are you, honey? See, I've had a very varied dating. I've had dates that went nowhere. We didn't even leave the house. And I had dates where, it's like, oh, let's go to Pennsylvania to Peddlersville. Okay. Like, there's all different realm of dating, but they were all pretty good. I think the worst date I had was with this kid named James. And I know I've told you guys about this. We called him Jerkoff James because he picked me up at my house in his ex-girlfriend's car that he borrowed for the date. Because of course he did. Drove to the next town, went into the Pathmark. No, Pathmark is like Kroger's and whatever. It's 9:00 at night, so it's pitch black, so it's dark, it's cold out. And, it was like, I want to say it was like the beginning of fall. No, it was the beginning of spring because it was like that. It's real warm and then it just drops and you freeze. We were at the freezing point. And he pulls into this Pathmark parking lot and parks and starts talking to me. And I'm like, I'm looking around like, why am I in a dark parking lot alone with this jackass? And I'm thinking of all the different ways. Can I take him? Can I knock him out? Whatever. Because I'm like, he can't have anything good in mind. And I was pretty confident that I could fight him and take him. So, whatchamacallit? We're sitting in the stand and I'm like, why are we here? He's like, oh, I just wanted to take you somewhere and, hang out and talk to you. I said, so you picked a parking lot? And he was like, well, I didn't want to bring you right back to my house because I figured that would be forward. I was like, it would have been better than a parking lot. I was like, nothing's going to happen. And he was like, oh, well, you don't know. I was like, no, see, I do know. I do. Trust me, I know. And he was like, what do you want to do? I was like, I want to go home. And he was like, well, let's go back to my house and watch a movie. I was like, who's there? Mind you, I'm like 22 years old, 23 years old. I was 22. And he was just like, oh yeah, my mom's there, my uncle is there, and I was like, all right. He was like, my grandfather lives right upstairs. So I'm thinking, all right, he's typical Guinea house. The whole family lives there. So I was like, all right, I felt safe. So I was like, we'll go there because I was starting to get really, really cold. And we go to his house. There's nobody in the house. There's not one light on in the fucking house. And he's like, oh, I forgot. They're down the shore. Now I'm already inside. Then I'm like, fine. I was like, what movie you want to watch? He was like, come on, let's go in. So we go to sit down on plastic covering. So I know I'm in an Italian house. And you sit down, all you hear is crunch, 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 crunch as you sit down. And he goes, oh, you're going to love this movie. And I'm like, all right, lights on. And he was like, all right, it's more fun with the lights on, like lights on. And he was like, okay. So he puts the movie in and it's a porno. He took me back to his house to watch a porno. And it's a chick with a whole bunch of midgets. And I can't even tell you how many things were done to her. And I'm sitting there disgusted, number one, appalled, number two, and absolutely shocked, number three. And then I was just mad. And he was just like, he kept inching closer. I was like, that's close enough. And he wanted me to like do so. And I was like, I tell you what, because I couldn't make it past him to the door. He was in my way. And I was like, how can I get him out of this damn room? And I'm watching this thing going, that's got to hurt, but whatever. I'm trying to figure how I'm going to get to my purse, which is on the kitchen table, and then make a sharp turn and get out his door. And if I could remember how to get out, because in our houses here, there's like, you turn this way, that way, that way, that way, that way. And eventually you make it into the apartment. Like there's no straight hallway. And I was like, I just got to get out of the house. That's all I got to do. I just got to get out of the house. He was like, well, come on. What are you going to do? I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do nothing. I was like, but why don't you do it? That would turn me on. And he was like, to myself, yeah. I was like, I just want to watch. I was willing to do anything to get out of this situation. So he did that. I figured it was going to take longer. It didn't. And I was like, oh, you better run to the bathroom. As soon as that door shut, I have never run so fast in my life. I was up. I had my purse. I was out the door. I found my way. Boom, 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 out. Once I hit that fresh air, it was like Speedy Gonzalez. I was like, yeah, no, gone. I was blocks away before I heard him screaming my name. I was like, no. Not me. And I ran all the freaking way to a payphone, called my friend Melissa. I'm like, you wouldn't believe what this sack of shit just did to me. And she was like, are you kidding me? So yeah, so I told Billy like a couple days later because my tooth broke and he was taking me to the dentist. And he was like, so I heard you went on a date with James. I was like, oh, let me tell you how that went. And so now everybody calls him Jerk Off James because it's just like, did you really? Did you really? First freaking date. And I still see him. He tries to tell me he's like a CIA operative and all this stuff. And I just look at him like, okay, whatever. Like somebody beat him up and he swore like, oh, yeah, I was on a special op and I got injured and now I'm on disability and blah, blah, blah. I said, I already heard somebody beat your ass. But that's my dating history. That's like probably the worst date. Like as far as like, you know, just regular outside of like my regular relationships. I'm not counting fights or anything bad that happens. I'm just saying just horrendous freaking dates. And Outpost Nerd, it's been a rough few days. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry for that. We'll talk about it later. I promise. I didn't see your message till very late last night. So I knew that I had a message, but I was busy doing stuff. So, and then I saw it too late and I was like, no, I need sleep because it was like 2:00 in the morning. Yeah. So let's get into these little, I can't. I read some of these and it's ridiculous. It really is. Which one did I want? Was it this one? Uh, 10 rules for. Is this the one? 10 modern rules of dating. Okay. That's not the one I want. Present, share screen. Bear with me because you know I suck at this. Rabbit said I always carried a pocket knife with me. Okay, so my mother had me convinced that it didn't matter that whatchamacallit, it didn't matter if I had like a weapon or something with me. All I needed to do was scream. What she didn't tell me, because she didn't know, is that sometimes when you're panicked, you can't scream. And she also said that I had such a horrible personality that they'd return me no matter what. All right, so let's see. There we go. So I put this in a Word document because I kept getting all these stupid ads. So let's see. We have the 10 biggest dating no-nos. And it's an article done by, I think it was Daily Mail or something. So they said, don't, one, have sex on the first date. It says, tempting maybe if he's gorgeous, and rest assured, he'll be willing if you are. That's not necessarily true. But how do you know enough about him to know it's right to be intimate? And to coin a well-worn phrase, will he still respect you in the morning? Probably not. Besides, first date sex is a bit like a massive chocolate binge. Overwhelming temptation followed later by a mixture of nausea, shame, and regret. All in all, just not worth it. Yeah, no. Just no. Have sex on all right, so I mean, you're talking to the wrong one, because when I was younger, and you didn't even have to have the date sometimes. Sometimes it was just a hookup. That's all it was. And then after my divorce, that was definitely on the table. It was, yeah, let's talk. We'll be friends, blah, blah, blah. All right. Yeah, well, I have an itch. Come scratch it. Here's your cookie. Here's your sandwich. Here's your coffee. Get the fuck out. And I'll see you next time. I'm itchy. I'm like, it's like, get out. That's been my, my MO for the last 20 years. Which, of course, my friend Charles said is you call that ideal. He was like, you just hook up and you're not asking for anything. You're not bothering them. You're not clinging. No. He's like, yeah, that's ideal. It's really not. It's emotionally stunted, but whatever. That's me. Here's the thing. What if he doesn't want to? I mean, I know we categorize these dudes and we're like, okay, no matter what, he's going to want to. He might not. Maybe he really likes you and he doesn't want you in that category. He doesn't want you to be a just, slam, whatever. I don't believe that men have no self-control. I'm not of that mindset. I know women that have no self-control. I know women who are just like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get him. I'm going to throw him down, whatever. And it's just like, okay. And I know they're serious. They're like, if he can't do it for this long, then that's how they, measure their value, the value of the dude. I've already told you guys that I tended to use sex as, just whatever weapon I needed at the moment, for seduction, for winning an argument. It didn't matter. But that was a long time ago. I don't know what I'd do now. I really don't. I mean, is it that bad to have sex on the first date? If you have like that really big connection, I guess it depends. I never dated strangers. Like when I was younger, I always dated people I knew. So it never felt like it was a first date. These were people I knew for years. I don't know. It's weird to me. Ask him if you look fat. Every man's dreaded question. Bad enough if you start asking him this when he's gotten to know you well and accepts and understands all your little foibles. But when you've just met, it makes you sound one-dimensional, self-obsessed, and boring. It makes you sound neurotic, is what it sounds like. You're just like, oh my God, I can't imagine. First of all, you don't know this dude. What if he's totally honest and you do? I mean, what if you do and he's honest? Are you going to get mad at him for being honest? Are you going to get mad at him if he lies and says, no, you don't, but you know you do? To me, that sounds like a trick question. It really does. It sounds like a question that no man can ever answer and get away with, like their life. I'm sorry. That's the same. Do I look pretty? And be like, you've looked better. Like, yeah. Oh no. What did I was intentionally picking a fight with somebody it was with Miguel. That's who it was. And I was like, you never tell me I'm pretty. And he was like, but you are. I'm like, but you never say it. And he was like, you are. I was like, you can't say the word. And he goes, no, you are. You're pretty. I was like, oh, I'm just pretty. Couldn't say I was like beautiful or something. Like I kept up in the game and up in the game and up. And he was just like, oh my God, Michelle. I was like, what? I was like, I compliment you. He was like, when? And he had me there, but I wasn't going to lose the argument. I was just like, I compliment you all the time. I'm like, I compliment you by not telling you how stupid you are. By not telling you, pointing out all the mistakes you make every day. Because trust me, like you suck. And I mean, that was our relationship. I hated him. God, how I hated him. And I had a kid by him who looks exactly like him and sounds exactly like him. And it's just, because see, God has a sense of humor. Outpost nerd, I know women that put men to shame. Oh, for like having sex in the beginning of the day, like the first date. Oh yeah, I know plenty too. I mean, I literally, and I can't believe I'm admitting this. But the one dude that I was just like, I talked to him for like a day. And I was like, yeah, come over at lunchtime. And he was a successful, New York businessman. And it was over so fast. I mean, all he did was show up at the door and I was like, come on. And I was very like, get in here. Like, yeah, it was just, oh, that poor thing. He didn't know what hit him. He really didn't. And when he was like, that was great. That was phenomenal. What we're going to do this game? We're not. That sucked. Get out. Like, you couldn't fuck your way out of a wet paper bag. Get out of here. Oh, God, I was so mean. So mean. Number 3, then on date 2, if you've gotten fatter since you've been dating. First of all, if there's that big of a gap between when you asked him the first time and went on that first date and the second date, that's an indicator that either, yeah, you did look fat, or the fact that you asked him the question put him off. I'd be amazed if you asked a guy if you look fat, if there's going to be a second date. I would be amazed. Oh, goody. I hope you can't hear the leaf blower, but it happens. Outpost nerd, women who put men to shame in regards to sex in general. Yeah, well, we have many skills. Number 4, refuse to eat anything when you go to a restaurant. Okay, this one I have a hard time with. One of the don'ts. Refuse to eat anything when you go to a restaurant except a small salad with dressing on the side. Yeah, no. Nope. No, I'm not reading the things underneath these because I'd rather just talk about the main points. Can you tell me what is the point of going on a date with somebody to a restaurant and not eating? What's the point of that? You're literally sitting there going, yeah, I'm just going to lie to your face. Especially if you're not like stick thin. Bitch, you eat. They know you eat. Everybody knows you eat. The waiter is looking at you going, don't order a salad. Don't order a salad. Don't do it. God damn it. They're just like, do you want to hear the specials? You want a dessert menu? No. All right. You're on a date and don't go the opposite way. poor Camelot, and order like 5 appetizers before they even get there, because that's just rude. And where are you putting 5 appetizers? Oh my God. We would go out as a group and have 5 appetizers, and there'd still be shit left until the guys showed up. Like, we'd always have other people come over. I don't think I've ever eaten in a diner where it was just me and one other person. Like, it would be me and them, and then suddenly there's like 12 people there. Because, you pull the chairs together, you pull the tables together, and everybody's like, oh my God, look who's here. That's how it is here. Like, I can't go anywhere without running into like a dozen people I know. And it's always, oh my God, I haven't seen you in forever. We need to catch up. Let's have a seat. It's like, we haven't seen each other forever because I don't really like you. Like, but it's like, whatever. If you think I'm a little scatterbrained today, I am. I have not had enough sleep, so I'm a little punchy. And the leaf blower's throwing me off. Rabbit said, my husband was supposed to be my first one-nighter, but things didn't work as planned. Was he your only one-nighter? I mean, was he supposed to be like, you were just going to do a whole one and done and that's it? That's messed up, Rabbit. Funny as hell, but it's messed up, you poor husband. And the thing is, you wound up loving him your whole life. Look at you. That's the way it works, though. You can't. See, like, that's why Caitlin came in and said no expectations, because expectations are what trip us up. You have a plan and things don't always go to plan. And then you're like, what do I do now? Because you weren't prepared for it. So you just got to maybe learn to go with the flow, I guess. At your age, at my age, it's a lot harder. We're set in our ways. We have so many experiences. And you just don't have the energy sometimes. You're just like, ugh. Like, I don't want the same things that I wanted when I was younger. I don't want to, be swept off my feet and, grand gestures and, all this superfluous, shallow shit. I want somebody who's going to hold my hand. I want somebody who's good to me, and I don't mean who buys me everything or whatever. I want somebody who's there, somebody who wants to be there, somebody who wants to know what's going on in my head, somebody who thinks I'm worth, the effort of thinking things through, talking things through. The physical, I can get the physical anywhere. I've been there, done that. The physical has to be there. Yeah. I mean, because trust me, if you're getting me in every other way, you're going to get me that way. And we need to be compatible. But no, I want things so differently than I wanted before. And that goes back to what we talked about on Monday, just changing. Everybody changes. Does it take courage to change? Yeah, it does. But I hate that this leaf blower is so loud. So loud. Can you guys hear the leaf blower at all, or can you not hear it? Because if you can hear it, it's going to aggravate me. Don't lie to me, though. Rabbit said, my friend said I needed to have a physical encounter because I swore off getting involved. You can't hear it? Oh, that's good, because it's so loud. It's like all I can hear. Thanks, nerd. So you swore off ever, like, what, getting involved with anybody, like, at all? Caitlin said, I can't wait to one day hear the entire love story at Rabbit. I mean, we all want to hear your love story because it's kind of something that we all aspire to. I don't know. I get you, Rabbit. I did that 20 years. I was like, you know what? Nope, it's just sex. I'm not giving my heart to anybody. I'm not caring about anybody. And it wasn't fulfilling for me. I mean, yeah, I scratched an itch, but I don't know. It's really hard to connect with people now because nobody trusts one another. Everybody's got some type. You figure everybody's got an agenda, And when you get to be like my age or whatever, I have all these experiences with dating that messed me up, so I have all these like preconceived notions of, oh my God, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to do that, they're going to do that. And then it's come to find out, oh no, that's not how it is. And then I have to wrap myself around like this whole new truth that I didn't even consider because it never happened before. And that's the difference between having like toxic relationships and having good relationships. And the better your relationship, for somebody like me, the more off kilter it's going to set you because you just don't expect it. You don't expect the good stuff. You don't expect somebody to just want to spend time with you. Not, you're not exchanging anything. They're not gaining anything. All they're gaining is your time. And I don't know, like, I don't think people put enough emphasis or put enough importance on other people's time. They just assume they're entitled to it. I don't assume that. I always assume I'm an imposition. Because time is very important. There's only so many hours in the day. Why the hell would you want to spend them with me? And so that was always my mindset. Like, I'm here spending them with you guys, and I can't understand why you're all here either. Caitlin, aw, Rabbit, have you written it all down? Rabbit said it was a romantic comedy. Now, see, why'd you go and say it was a rom-com? That makes me think it's a chick flick. Rabbit, have you written it all down? Love like that doesn't happen so often anymore. It'd be an amazing story to share with the generations of your family to come. She's not wrong. She's actually very right. I wish my grandmother would have written down some of the stories, from growing up or whatever. I remember them, but when I'm gone, like, I've told my kids, but I don't know if the stories are as important to them as they were to me. I tend to be a sap. Like, I'm a big freaking mush. And I tend to be very sentimental and very nostalgic. So, like, stuff that has happened in the past is important to me. Like my family history, that's important to me. I remember most of my friends' love lives, like when we were young. I remember the stories of how they met, their husbands, their ex-husbands, their girlfriends or ex-girlfriends. Like, I remember them. They actually asked me, do you remember when we did it? And I'm like, yeah. Where the hell were we? And I'll be like, oh, we're doing this and we went to go see that. And they're like, oh my God, how do you remember all that? This is my life and I can't remember it, but you remember it. Those days are a little iffy now. Rabbit said, we'll have to sit down sometime. Oh my God, could you imagine? I think we would fight each other for that opportunity. You'd have to do your own stream, or you'd have to pick somebody that we all like. And like maybe like go on, and because we would all love to hear that story, Rabbit. I think you have quite a few stories that we all want to hear. Anyway, I am gonna apologize for the shitty show today, guys, because this leaf blower is really throwing me off. You have no idea how loud it is in my house. And I just want to open the window and tell them, shut the fuck up and go do it somewhere else. Anyway, back to the whole refuse to eat anything. I've been with people who do that. I don't understand that. I really don't. Like, everybody knows that you're going to... Rabbit said, I would stream with you, or Caitlin comes, oh, what if you streamed with me and Caitlin comments? Oh, because I would totally share you with her. I would totally share. We got to sit down and work that out. Oh, I would love that. I know Caitlin's sitting, like, jumping up and down, going, yes, 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 right now. I know she is. She's making that cute little face where her eyes are all scrunchy and the apples of her cheeks are, like, in her eyeballs. Like, yeah, she's got hard eyes right now. Mm-hmm. Guarantee it. Oh, good. Now there's 2 leaf blowers. Oh, why? Why me, God? Why do you do this to me? I don't understand it. What did I do to you? I've been very, very good lately. I don't know what your problem is, but can you cut it out? Now I have them in stereo. Ugh. Outpost nerd. I had a girlfriend who I couldn't fart in front of. I just never got. Oh, no. No. See, nerd, you really, until you guys are really comfortable together, you probably shouldn't. You really probably shouldn't. Like, there's comfortable and then there's comfortable. Okay? Don't be gross in front of people until it, I think they should be gross in front of you. I don't know, like, he's gonna kill me if he ever hears this. When my ex-husband and I got together, we were just married and we were doing whatever, and let's just say he was really relaxed at the moment. And then he tensed up and he wasn't so relaxed. And apparently when he tensed up, his body misinterpreted the message. And he farted. But it wasn't just like a poof or like whatever. It was like a machine gun went off. And I started hysterical laughing. Because it was fucking funny. And then he was so embarrassed. But my laughing triggered him laughing, and every time he laughed, he would fart. He would fart again. And I mean, we sat there, oh my God, I was just like, would you stop? Go to the bathroom. I was like, you're killing me. I was like, I can't laugh like any more than I'm laughing, and now I can't breathe either, so just get out. But oh my God, no, I mean, we were married a little while before he did that. I guarantee you, if he did that when we first met, we would not have gotten married. That is so uncouth. Ugh. Accidents happen, but just like a Tommy gun, no. Just no. Oh my God, nerd! I would sound like a trumpet whenever I would leave her apartment. Jesus, couldn't you take some like Gas X or something? God. Anyway. As far as the restaurant thing goes, I have this problem with that, but I also have a problem with bitches who go the other way. Like, if you're on a date with the guy, don't go and order the most expensive thing on the friggin' menu. That's just rude. And if you're going to order something super, super expensive, like I've had this discussion with girls where they're like, oh, I deserve da-da-da. Who says? Where do you get off thinking that you deserve to eat like $100 meal? You just met this dude. What does he do for a living? If he makes like $100,000 a year and says, "Oh, order the most expensive thing," it's nothing to me. All right, fine, go ahead. But if it's just Joe Schmo and you're starting out in life, everybody's struggling. And I highly doubt you're worth $100. And then you're going to go out and be like, oh, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting out. If he's spending $100 on dinner for you, bitch, you better do something. I know that's not PC or whatever, but anything less than that is just rude. I feel like that's highway robbery. How are you going to go make him spend all that money and then be like, oh, no, you don't even get a kiss goodnight. Get out of here. I would be like, and you're going to be single forever. Because, Outpost note, it wasn't every time. It doesn't matter. It does. You didn't indicate that it wasn't every time. You said I would sound like a trumpet whenever I would leave her apartment. First of all, what are you eating when you're with this girl? And second of all, like, you might want to see a gastroenterologist or something. I mean, I know nerves happen. Nobody likes that feeling in their belly where you're just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Because then all you're thinking is, oh dear God, just don't let me laugh, don't let me sneeze, don't let me cough, because something is I'm gonna make a sound I don't want to make. And then you wonder, like, oh my God. With Billy, we went to the movies. We went to go see In and Out with Kevin Kline and Tom Selleck. It was the whole, they discover he's gay thing. And it was such a funny movie. And the movie theater was a real old fashioned movie theater. And it was packed. Like packed. And it was the old seats. They were like old wooden seats with like a little bit of cushioning left. Hold on one second. Anyway, you want to call? Today is just not the day. I should not have bothered to stream today. Between the leaf blowers and just my general like crazy brain not doing what it's supposed to. Rabbit said no beans on the first date. Yeah, well, it doesn't always take beans, unfortunately. So we're in this like movie theater. We're packed in and we're watching, we're laughing, and all of a sudden, like, I start smelling rotten eggs. And I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And he's just fixated. He's looking at this movie and it's funny on screen and he's serious as could be. And I'm sitting there going, oh, really? And he was just like, shut up. And I was like, was that you? And he was like, my stomach hurts so much. I said, let's leave then. And he was just like, no, just be quiet. Nobody will know. Oh my God. It was like a big, thick green cloud that went a good 6 rows back. The poor people behind us and next to us. And he's just like, just looking forward like it's nothing. I'm the one that's sweating because I'm just like, oh my God, they're going to kill us. They're going to throw us out. This is so embarrassing. And it's not even me. It's coming from the dude next to me. And I'm just like, bro, he swore he heard the girl next to him say that she thought it was me. I was like, see, I'd have told her right then and there. That was not me. That was his ass that produced that disgusting smell. He farted for a half hour straight. I was so sick to my stomach by the time he was done. You could tell he wanted to laugh because he was so like it was so awkward. And I couldn't. I was like, please, can we just leave? Please. He was like, it'll pass. I was like, that's the problem. You keep passing it. I was like, Jesus, it was so bad. Outpost nerd. I spent $200, an entire paycheck at the time, on a Christmas gift on this girl just to be dumped a few weeks later. That's on you. I mean, did she say, hey, you got to spend $200 on me? How do you not see that things were not going badly? I think people are willfully ignorant sometimes when it comes to their relationships. They don't want to see shit is going wrong. I tend to be hyper vigilant, so I go the other way. I see shit that's wrong long before it's wrong, and I'm the one that messes it up. But yeah, $200 and he broke up a few weeks later. I don't think that's a big deal. I mean, that was your fault. It wasn't going badly until she decided it was. Oh no, trust me, it was going badly. She just didn't clue you in on it. It's rare that we just wake up one day and I'm just going to break up with him today. No, trust me, that's a long time coming. And yeah, no, I've had boyfriends who like to break up before a holiday. And it's like, okay, because they want the present from me, but they don't want to go out and get a present for me. So it's like, all right, now we're waiting until they're like, oh, you could get it now for me. No, nope. And I usually don't buy them something that is for them unless it's something that if we break up and I didn't give it to them, I could either return it, never get anything monogrammed. I'm going to tell you people right now. Unless you're married to the person, don't get anything engraved. Just don't. Because if shit goes sideways, then you're stuck with that and you spend all that money and it's yours now. Like, or you're just going to give it to them like, here, I already got it engraved, whatever. No, it wasn't. All right, I'm not going to argue with you, nerd, but I'm pretty sure that you were oblivious to however she was thinking. If she decided it was going bad, she didn't decide that week or the week before. She'd been thinking about it for a while. And trust me, we can fake it. We can fake everything being perfect. We can fake being happy. It's so easy. Until you just get to the day where you're just like, man, this is too much energy. But back to what we were talking about. Like, I don't like the girls or the guys who go and they're like, oh, I'm just gonna order all this food. Like, can you just keep it light? Keep it light. Number 5, don't tell him he reminds you of your dad. Same goes for the dudes. Don't say, you remind me of my mom. That's the worst thing. I don't care if you have a good relationship. I don't care if you have a bad relationship. I don't want to be your mommy. No, thank you. It's just weird. Like, I need a man who's grown. I need a man who, had a mother and then their relationship is, they're done. Now they're just, it is what it is. But I don't want a dude that's going to need a mommy. I just don't. Am I mothering? Yeah, a little bit. But I don't want to have to raise another kid. Like, if you're a kid, I'll happily raise you. But if you're an adult, you should be done by now. Tell me reminds you of your dad. See, this says whatever his views on family or whether on families and whether or not he might one day be ready to make one, letting him know you see him as a father figure is likely to have him run screaming to the nearest exit. I don't think that's what we mean when we say that. I've dated guys that bits and pieces remind me of my dad, and I'll say that too. Oh Lord. I don't know what he's gonna put up here. I have no idea.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Yo,
Good day, winning reality. How are you?
good. How's it going?
It's going terrible because everything is going wrong and I don't care. So this is
know.
the shit show. This is the Wednesday shit show. That's what I'm going to rename it.
I can't even try to fix your mic.
Why? What's wrong with my mic?
That some kind of sound. It's gonna it keeps happening, and it sounds
You
very
sure it's
tinny.
not the leaf blower?
Were they right outside your window?
Yes, there's 2 of them right outside my window.
You're on the 4th floor.
I'm on the 5th floor. It doesn't matter. Sound moves up.
What? That's the leaf blower? It sounds like a
You
like a
hear it
heater
now?
or a fan. Nope. They hear it now.
Nope, because they moved away. They're further away. When they're right under my window, that's all you
No,
hear.
I just heard it a second ago.
I am
Heard
so
it once.
frazzled.
I just
Yeah,
heard
they
it
were
once.
just now under.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
It sounds like a feedback to me. It doesn't sound like a leaf blower, but I could be wrong. But they're there, right there. Is that them? Right there.
Mhm. Yep.
That's them.
You can hear
Okay.
them?
It sounds very
Yeah, they're not as loud. They're like next to my apartment, but they're not like right under my windows right now.
You're
but
like
yeah.
boxed in, I guess. Like you're in a box or whatever.
I am. I'm in the L shape of my building, and then there's a giant building across the street from me, and the sound reverberates back and forth.
Okay, it comes across sound like feedback, like you're like something is kind of feeding back into the mic. But what can you do?
Can you hear it like right now?
No,
Because they moved away.
it sounds much better.
I thought you were
Okay.
working. What are you doing?
Yeah,
You
I'm
just
just
came in to fix this for me. You're so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I figured
Hear it?
maybe it was you didn't. Yep,
You can hear it now.
yep.
Yep, that's the leaf blower.
All
I'm
right,
telling you, it's
we'll review
got-
your mic settings later.
as I'm actually sweating.
We'll review your mic settings later. See if there's anything we can do about that. You should be able to
Oh,
fix that.
okay.
All right.
All right.
Have a nice
Cool.
show. Bye, everybody.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Winning Reality, just stopping by to clear up some problems for me. And he does that. See, that's the kind of thing I look for in people. Like he's always doing stuff like that. He's always ready to fix whatever I need fixing. That came out wrong. But anyway. Outpost Nerd, I can't hear it honestly. You don't even hear the feedback when you're giving it to us, when it's on your end. We're the ones that tell you there's an echo, there's an echo, there's an echo. So I can't trust you on that one. See, the leaf blowers are back. I hate today. I really do. Today's going to be horrible. I give up. I give up. All right. So tell me reminds you of your dad. I don't think that's a bad thing. You've never told a guy, oh, like you make me, I don't know, you laugh like my dad or whatever. I don't know. I guess it could be bad. Anything can be bad. 6, turn up without warning when he's out with the lads. The lads and anything he chooses to do with them are sacrosanct. Okay, first of all, what is the problem with letting guys go out with their buddies? I don't understand where the big, like, oh, you can't go out with the boys. Not every guy is going to go out with his friends and be on the prowl looking for somebody to cheat on you with. That kind of mindset. I mean, you need to work on yourself if you think that every time. I used to tell my ex-husband, like, why can't you have friends? He was like, what? I was like, find friends, please. Like, find a buddy, find a man. Part of me was like, find a man so that you learn how to act like one. Like, just go out, go bowling, go to a baseball game, go to a bar. I don't care. Just get out. Get out. Be among testosterone. Don't sit here and be like, oh, you want to watch another 12 hours of Lord of the Rings? Of course I do. But do we have to do it again? Like again and again and again. I just wanted him to get out and have some fun. And like, I'd say this like to my girlfriends at work or whatever, and they'd be like, oh my God, you let your husband out? Let him out. I'm trying to push him out. Oh no, because then they go out and they meet people and da-da-da. Yeah, I'm not that insecure. Like, I don't think everybody is going to take my man. Like, and trust me, if they could take him that easy, he wasn't mine to begin with. I say it all the time. If it's a choice between me and somebody else, pick them. Because if you don't see what you have in me, then I don't see the point. That's just the way I am. I could go out with a million like different girlfriends, get drunk. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. And I hate to say it, I probably wouldn't go out with girls anyway because I wouldn't want to. Like occasionally, yeah, but like I know that there's some women that have like, oh, I got to go out with girls 2 to 3 times a week, or I'm just not myself. I don't need that. I've never been a social butterfly. I have never been, oh, I have to go out. No. I would rather sit there with like the person I choose to be with and play cards all night. That's a good time to me. I'll play board games. I'll play video games. I don't really care. Just make it something I can actually do. Don't make it this complicated like quest bullshit because I suck at those. But I mean, you want to sit there and play some old school Tetris with me? I'll play for hours. I will kick your ass. I just got to warm up. I haven't played in years. But that's a good date to me. Like that's a relationship date. I guess these are all like first date kind of things and like beginning dates. I don't know. I don't really have a lot of experience with those. I really don't. I don't have a lot of experience just meeting somebody and be like, oh, You know, do you want to go get this? Do you want to go out to dinner? Can I pick you up whenever? The guys that I dated, I always knew them for years. You know, years and years and years. Occasionally, and I mean very rarely, I would date somebody I barely knew. And it always made me really uncomfortable. I don't like new people. I'm not a new people kind of girl. And in Hoboken, you dated within Hoboken, so you knew everybody. You know, and you dated in your circle of friends. Because what was the point of dating an outsider? You know how hard it is to bring somebody in to like a circle of friends that's well established? Because you all have all your stories and you have all the people that you have in common. And it's hard to bring somebody in and then you have to explain things. Or they feel awkward because, you know, you guys are sitting around talking and you're like, oh, you remember? And you're not even completing sentences because you don't have to. You've known these people forever. So it's like, I've had conversations with Vicky and her husband Spanky where we're like throwing out nicknames and throwing out places that don't even exist anymore. And my husband sat there and he was like, I didn't understand a word any of you said tonight. I was like, but you laughed. And he was like, well, when you laughed, I laughed. What? He was like, when you laughed, I laughed. I figured if you laughed, it meant that the thing was funny and I should laugh. So I laughed. I said, see, you faked laughing because you couldn't follow the story. You could have just said, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And he was like, no, well, I didn't want to like, you know, stop the flow or whatever. Okay, weird, but all right. I'm not that person. If you tell a story and I don't know what you're talking about, I'm like, wait, no, back it up. Who are you talking about? I don't know who that is. Who is that? What does that mean? Where is that? Like, I've got all the questions. I've got all the questions. And I'm not shy about asking questions. And yeah, he would just sit there he sat there once for like 4 hours while we all hung out and he just drank his beers and, you know, he laughed along and we got home and it was just like, he goes, I have no idea what you were talking about today. Like, who is this person? Who's that? I said, why are you asking me that now? Like, why didn't you ask me then so I could explain it? I'm sure there were other people because we were in a group that didn't know what the hell we were talking about, but they all know. He was the only outsider. He was from Minnesota. So I guess I should have figured that he wouldn't get half of like the references that we made and whatever, but he kept laughing. So I didn't think about it. Just don't laugh. You need to make Hoboken the musical. I'd pay to see that. No. There are things about this town I can't explain to anybody. Oh, Lady Awesome. I just caught up to live. Hi, Shell. Hi, chat. Hi, honey. Yeah, today's the shit show. Today is the shit show. Outpost Nerd, my best friend and I have what's to others are random words, but to him and I, they can bring up crazy stories from when we were young. Yep. I had a friend, Anna, that we could just look at one another and the looks and expressions back and forth was an entire conversation. And we didn't have to say a word. Didn't have to say a word. Combat gig. Listen, Hoboken is very insulated. It's very, I was going to say inbred. It kind of is. It kind of is. Because you can't really date anybody that if you don't go like maybe 2 or 3 branches away on the tree, you find out, yeah, we're related somehow through marriage or through whatever, because we only go with each other. That's what we call it in the music industry, a combat gig. Okay. Yeah, no, what's the point of bringing in an outsider versus shit show? Oh, this is a combat gig versus a shit show. Yeah, well, this is a combat gig inside a dumpster fire because I'm just crashing and burning. I don't even care at this point. One show out of like 100 is fine. there's also sorts of stuff that I could talk about. But this thing, the going out with the dudes, I'm a lot more comfortable with the guy going out with his male friends than I am with me going out with my female friends, because I know how my friends are. And I know that when they drink, they get a little rowdy and they get a little flirty. And I always wind up either, trying to keep somebody off them or trying to get somebody on them or get into a fist fight because all of my friends have big mouths. It's never my fault. No, never. Like, I honestly don't start fights when we go out. I don't generally fight. I'm usually the one that when they get into a fight, they call me over and now the fight's over. Like, nobody wants to fight anymore. So it's like, okay. My friend Dominique, she was trying to fight this girl in a bar. Mind you, we're at a teacher's party and a teacher's after party. And so this is a colleague that she's looking to kick the shit out of. And she was like, that's it, we're fighting. She's rallying all of us to fight this one little girl. And she was like, you're on my side. She goes, because you fight like 4 people, I'll never lose. I was like, first of all, bitch, rude. I was like, you don't know. And she's like, come on, Shell. She was like, you trust me, like, you're so mean. I'm like, all right, fine. Like, whatever. I didn't want to kick this little girl's ass. I wanted to kick Dominique's ass for saying that. But I was just like, all right, I know that you're stunad, like, and you're drunk, so whatever. And it was funny because she did wind up getting into a fight, but it was with a male friend of mine. And I was between them. And she would run at him. And I'd just pick her up and throw her back and pick her up and throw her back. It was so funny because it was just like trying to, like, when the babies crawl and you pick them up and you restart them, you just keep putting them back. And I'm like, that's what I kept doing. I just kept throwing her. Throw her a couple feet, throw her a couple feet, throw her a couple feet. And she was like, would you stop doing that? I was like, stop trying to fight him. He can't hit you. It's not fair. Like, stop trying to hit him. And she's like, no, I'm going to kick his ass. I was like, you're like, what, 5 feet tall? He's 6'5". He can't hit you. He, like, come on. I mean, skinny as he was still stronger. He would have hurt her if he would have hit her. And I never would have respected him again. So it's like, please don't do this. Yeah. Of course, he's behind me being a douche. He's like, ha, 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 like making fun, like, you can't get to me because Shelly's in between us. Yeah, and if I step out of the way, you're screwed because she's mean as a snake when she's mad. Like, she grew up fighting. You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. You don't know shit about fighting. I took Taekwondo. Shut up with that. I love when people say that. I took Aikido, I took Taekwondo, I took Jiu-Jitsu for 2 years. Yeah? And they grew up in the projects and they know how to fight. Do you? Because you have rules and you have forms and you have this. We have get them on the ground and get them unconscious. That's what we got. It's survival 101 out here. That's all it is. So if you want to fight, don't fight somebody who knows how. And don't ever say, I know jiu-jitsu. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, I boxed in college. Did you? For what? Like, did you go to a bar and you like hit that thing that measures the, your poundage or your pressure per pound or whatever? And then you're calling that boxing? Like, what, you got drunk one night and you decided to get into like a frat house fight and now you think you're a fighter? Like, yeah, you're a real scrapper. I'm real scared of you. If you're a dude and I look at you and go, yeah, no, I could take you, I don't think any guy I know is going to be afraid of you. I don't know. I don't like the humble bragging. Oh, yeah, I did that. Whatever. Genetic diversity is the reason to bring in an outsider. Listen, we're not inbred, okay? Because there's all different nationalities. It's just we feel like we're related because we've all grown up together. Yeah, and we all had big families. That's one of the problems in this town of having a big family. Somebody is always married to somebody else that's you know, the cousin to this person that you just met and now you're going to date them and whatever. And it's just like the worst part is the sexual history. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Let me take this shitting thing down. The worst part is the sexual history. That's where I'm going to go with this. Because I have had, oh God, to admit this, I have found out that, yes, okay, so I was with this person and I didn't look too closely into who they were with. I looked into their long-term relationships in the past. So I had an idea. But then you start talking about one night stands and just hookups. And you start realizing, oh shit. Like I shared this one with this one. And it's just like, really? I remember it's just when I started dating someone, and I knew he had an ex-girlfriend. I knew he was with his ex-girlfriend for like 2 years. And they were very intense, and they were always together, and it was like a really important relationship for him. I just didn't think about her outside or before that relationship. Like what I knew about her was what happened when they were together. And then one day we were talking, and he's going on and on, and he was going on and on about a story, something that they did or whatever. And I was like, wait a minute. She knew who? And he was like, well, you know, something happened and it was unfortunate and she made a mistake. And I'm like, oh, they did. Who did what with it? He was like, yeah, she took on like 2 or 3 guys or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, that was her? And he was like, what are you talking about? I was like, do you know the guys who did that? And he was like, no. I was like, I do. I was like, 2 of them are my exes. And he was just like, wait, what? I was like, yeah. Oh my God, I never knew who the girl was. Because one of my exes was like, oh yeah, when I was da-da-da-da, you know, because it was, I think we were playing Truth or Dare. And I was like, what was the, you know, like most outrageous sexual thing you ever did? And my ex Miguel was like, he goes, oh, there was this girl. And she was a real hoe. He was like, and me and Carlos, and there was a bunch of us. He was like, and we were all drunk, and we were at her apartment. And I don't know how it came to be, but we ran a train on her. I was like, and she was good for that. He was like, she loved it. He was like, she invited us back the next day to do it again. I was like, oh no. I was like, but he never said who the girl was. And he was giving me like details. And I'm just like, who all was there? And there was like 4 freaking guys. And 2 of them were guys that I had been with. And it was just like, oh my God, this was way before me, right? And he was like, yeah, way before you. I was like, okay, but damn. And then, of course, I'm talking about it 2 years later with my ex while I'm with him. And he's just like, yeah, you know, she did a lot of regrettable things. And he's telling me, and I was just like, because everything's clicking. And I was just like, wow, you crossed swords. And he was like, what? I said, your ex? My ex is right in China. I'm like, dude, I knew she was a hoe, but I didn't know she was that big of a hoe. And he was just like, why are you? And of course, it's the 2 of my exes he hates the most. So it was just like, well, I was like, well, they got there before you did. I was like, or maybe it was while you were there. Like, what time frame we looking at? So I had him, he was all messed up in the head. Another thing, like another one of my exes was downstairs with like his neighborhood. And it was New Year's Eve, and they were all downstairs, like getting ready to celebrate as a community. And he's with his wife, and this chick comes walking on. She's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? And his wife comes out of her face and was like, so you're the bitch that used to fuck my husband. I was like, And his sister called me to tell me this. And I'm just like, oh my God, I can't believe I wasn't there. I was so upset with myself. I have a story. The old, so there I was. Yep. I have a story. I know who you are. If you guys haven't checked out I Have a Story, please do. Because it's like the Velvet Voice. I mean, even like, it's a little competition for Shizzy. But he tells stories. It'll knock you out, but in a really, really nice way. Like you'll go to sleep smooth. Yeah, so that's one of those stories. But I mean, we have a lot of those. I actually did something with somebody because, all right, we've all done the pity fucks, I think, or somebody who's given a pity fuck. And I was talking to this guy, and he was just, it was just so depressing to talk to him. And he was telling me how, he was like he was a huge guy, and he went and he had like bariatric surgery, and, he hadn't had sex in like 19 years and blah, blah, blah. And I felt so bad because, I mean, he laid the groundwork for like days. And I was just like, and he was like, I've had a crush on you forever. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, fine, whatever. He showed up at my house. It was like, all right, slam bam, thank you, ma'am. Dude cried. He cried. He thanked me and he cried. He openly wept. I don't mean like it was like a tear. I mean, it was like, thank you. I was like, oh my God. All I could think was get off me and get out. Like get off me and get out. I need to shower. And then I come to find out, like, I'm at the movie theaters with like all my friends, and we're sitting there getting ready to watch the newest Marvel movie. And one of my friends starts telling this story about this guy that she met. And he used to live in Hoboken. He just moved out of Hoboken. And she's like, he used to be really, really heavy. And he was like one of the first guys to get, the bariatric bypass surgery. And I'm going, like, as soon as she said that, my ears perked up. And I was like, wait, what? And she's like, it was my one-off for the year. I was like, your one-off of what? And she was like, yeah. She was like, I felt bad. He said he hadn't had sex in like 19 years. So I threw him a piece. I was like, oh my God. And I said the dude's name. She said, how did you know that? I was like, because it's the same line he used on me. And she was like, shut up. She was like, are you telling me that we've like shared one? I was like, yeah. I said, the worst part is we fell for the same bullshit story. And I'm laughing. She's like so upset. She's crying. I'm like, girl, like this has never happened to you. I'm like, I've dated guys who dated like my sister or whatever. I'm like, really? Like you dated my sister? I didn't know. Like my sister's 10 years younger than me. Why are you dating my sister? So it's whatever. But that again, Hoboken. My sister is 10 years younger than me. My second sister is 12 years younger than me. And my third sister is 15 years younger than me. The sister who is 15 years younger has had a child with a guy I went and graduated high school with, who I dated in high school. Went and had a kid with him. She went and had a kid with him. His sister is the mother of the girl that my brother has 2 kids with, and the mother of another daughter who is sharing custody of my other sister's kid because they both went with the same dude. That's Hoboken. Okay? So I don't even know what they call one another. I don't know if they even talk to one another. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. That's too intertwined even for me. But this is the shit that like we go through. in Hoboken, you'll be dating somebody, and all of a sudden it'll hit you, and you'd be like, "Are you a Mungan?" And they're like, "Am I what?" If they say if I'm a what, then it's safe. You're good. They're not that genetically like inbred. But if they know that name, they go, "Oh yeah, nope." Mm-mm. And I have a list of names where I'm like, "Are you this? Are you this? Are you this? Are you this? Do you know these people?" And it's just like, nope, nope, nope. So now I just won't touch anything that's Hoboken. I just won't. That's why I married a dude from Minnesota. I thought I'd be safe. Apparently, I just make bad decisions. Lady Awesome. Now, I don't know where to get links. I was going to drop a link to I Have a Story, but no about page for me to copy a link. Huh? I think you have a wrench, right? So you should be able to drop a link. At last, the About page can still be accessed on mobile by clicking on the More option beside the channel description below the channel name. I have a story. The soft wafting sounds of banjos in the summer breeze. No banjos. No, here it's like boom boxes. We don't do banjos here. But yeah, you find out that, you've been with somebody that you fell for somebody's line of bullshit. But I mean, there was years between that. Like there was a good 10 years between what I did with him and what she did with him. So it's just like, it's been 10 years and he's still using the same line and it still works. Although now I think he got married now, which I don't understand, but it's like, all right, whatever. Because it was one of those things where you just close your eyes and you hope it's over soon. You're just like, just go ahead, like whatever. Like, that's a pity fuck. Check out the sultry dulcet tones. He will lull you to sleep. There you go. I have a story. That's what you call it, right? I have a story. I have a story's voice is beautiful, even though, I know somebody who thought he was a girl before they heard his voice. He's not a girl. Not a girl. All right. So let me see. What else did I have? Oh, I have that list. All right. There's a list of places. Oh, damn it. Sorry, I opened Discord by accident and it makes me robot. I had something. There was a list that went around that was places not to go. Right? So I have a problem with this. I have a big problem with this. So this says, here's a list of places women absolutely refuse to go on a first date to. And thank you to the ladies who reached out to me to help me on my list. All right, so number one, Cheesecake Factory. I don't see the problem with the Cheesecake Factory. They have good food. 2, Applebee's. I literally just had a conversation with somebody who was like, nope, don't take her to Applebee's. Like, no, you're not, no. Mm-mm. Applebee's is not cheap, especially if you get like a drink or two. So I don't really see a problem with that. It's relaxed. The food is meh. But I mean, at least it's a place where you could talk to one another over your meal and whatever. You could take as much time as you want. Same thing with Chili's. Okay, Chipotle, maybe if you take her on a lunch thing, that's fine. I think Chipotle for lunch that's a fine date. For dinner, no, not so much. Olive Garden, never. If somebody ever tries to take me to Olive Garden, I don't ever want to speak to them again. How dare you? Do you not realize I'm Italian? And you're going to take me to Olive Garden? Nope. Not even for the breadsticks. Get out of my face with that. So, okay, so there's one I agree with. The movies. How did you not take somebody to the movies? How is that not a thing? I mean, really? The movies are standard. They're like, oh, you go to the movies, you can't talk to one another. You don't have to talk to one another like the entire time. You could talk on the way to the movie. And then you have that nice little, like period where you're being entertained. You're physically close to that person. And you get a little like downtime where you get to think about either the stuff that you've already said or stuff that you want to say, or how about you just concentrate on the movie and enjoy each other? Like just laugh together. It's a thing. You don't have to figure somebody out on the very first goddamn date. And you really don't have to talk the whole time. You really don't. I used to love movie days because I was like, or at least I don't have to be like, oh, da, 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 da. Like I don't have to be on all the goddamn time. And I could just watch this damn movie and laugh, or, if it was a scary movie, I could cling to them if I wanted to. All sorts of stuff. Your house. All right. So for a first date to take them to your house, ordinarily I'd say, yeah, that's not a great thing, but times are tough. And like, it's expensive out there and not everybody has it. And I'm sorry, but I feel like if you like somebody, it doesn't matter what their income is right now. What matters is what they're aspiring to do, what they're putting the work in to do. It doesn't matter that they don't have it right this second. Everybody has ups and downs. So if you can't give somebody a little bit of leeway and be a little compassionate and understanding, then that's a problem you have. I don't see dates as a means to getting things. I see dates as a means of getting to know you. Like that's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about making memories. It's supposed to be about getting to know that person. It's supposed to be a way to interact with them and see if you have chemistry going back and forth. See if you have conversation going back and forth. It's not about what can you do for me? Where can you take me? How can you spoil me? What the fuck did you do to deserve to be spoiled? What, just that you exist? Okay, go spoil yourself. Why does somebody else have to do it? Somebody else has to go bankrupt so that you can, treat them like crap and be like, oh, the date wasn't everything I thought it was going to be. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't spend like $9,000 on you. I only spent $8,000 on you. Poor me, poor you. So maybe the house nowadays, there's stuff you could do. If you're going to invite me over and say like, I want to cook a meal for you, as the first date, I know, we've known each other. We're getting to know each other. I'll cook us a nice meal. We'll sit down, we'll have a conversation. Maybe we could watch a movie, and then, that's it. We'll see where the night goes, but that's what I'm looking forward to. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Not everybody has it, but you don't want to miss that opportunity to get to know somebody because they just don't have the money you want them to have. Money don't impress me. I've known people with money my entire life. They suck. So many of them are just miserable people. I want to know what's going on in your head. What's your sense of humor like? What's your pain threshold? Because I'm going to be a pain in your ass. I'm going to tell you that from the get-go. So, my pain threshold is really high, which means if you're really annoying, you're lucky you met me. Like, because I can deal with quite a bit. But I'm also going to tell you about yourself. But, you get to know that. I don't really hide who I am. Even from like people I date, I'll tell them right out the gate. I mean, if you look at my bios on any of my social media, it says I am, abrasive, loud, and inappropriate. You're welcome. I'm a fucking delight. That's what I am. I am just sunshine through and through. I'm very sarcastic. If you can't tell that, then we shouldn't be dating anyway, because then you're just not on my level. I need somebody who can keep up. You know. But I don't think the house thing is that bad. And I don't think cooking for somebody is that bad. I would love to have somebody be like, you know what? I kind of, let's have fun. Let's cook together. That's how you find out compatibility. If you can cook with somebody, then you're good. Like that's a really good indicator that you're going to have a very smooth, peaceful type relationship where you can navigate around each other and work together at the same time. If you go into a kitchen, you start cooking and that person is driving you crazy and they're doing everything, like to get on your nerves, or they're doing everything wrong and you're fighting, that's a pretty good indication to me that y'all either have a lot of work to do if you want to stay together, or you just maybe should look for something else. You're just not that compatible. For me, compatibility is a huge thing now. Everything else is just like, meh. I need somebody who I can just be myself with. And I need somebody who's going to be themselves with me, who I still like at the end of the day. Like if I say I like you, that means I like who you are. I don't like what you're giving me. I don't like what you could potentially give me. I don't care a lick about any of that. I like who you are inside. I like who you are when you're with me. I like who I am when I'm with you. It's not one faceted. It's not, oh yeah, I like you. Like you're cool. Like, no, if I say it, it's a lot deeper than that. It's the whole, I get your mindset. I get where you are, with your emotions. I get your personality. I get your reactions. I don't fully understand them maybe, and I haven't seen them all, but what I've seen, I'm digging it. It works for me. I can live with that. I can roll with that. It's good for me. You don't make me uncomfortable. You don't make me sad. You don't make me want to run away. I like you because I like how we are together. That's part of it. I can't be with somebody I don't like. I could love you as with everything I have, but if I don't like you, I can't put the effort in, because it's too much work. It's too much work pretending that everything's okay. I want to like them. I'm way back in chats. Damn it. This is what happens when I share my screen. Wow, I gotta go way back. Damn it. All right, so thank you, doll. I have a story. It's nice to hear that compliment. Much better than using a 2x4 while people sleep. I can't stand you. You're funny. Nothing like that little Rohypnol won't fix. Joke. It's a joke, YouTube. I have a story. Caitlin will never live it down. See, he called you out. I said I didn't say that. To be fair, though, it was about your other alter ego, because she didn't see that your avatar was John Wayne, so she thought you were a girl. Not that a girl can't have a John Wayne thing, but it's not normal. It's not common, I should say. It's not typical. Jacob Pete's Applebee's $shit margaritas is how you win my heart, but I'm not a woman. See, that's the thing. I don't get why everything has to have a price tag on it. Who taught women that when a man spends a lot of money on you, it's because, he's going to treat you better. He's going to treat you. He thinks you're worth it. No, that's not true. Some men just like to spend money. I hate to say it. Some people spend money to, how do I say this? Overcompensate for their lacking in other very important areas. Some have no personality, so they just throw money at it. Some have, no game, so they just throw money at it. Some have micro dick, they just throw money at it, and they think everything's going to be okay. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just buy her this. That'll keep her happy. No, it'll make her happy in the moment. And trust me, it'll make her happy when she has to pawn it if she's low on cash, because you ain't getting it back no matter what it is. But will it keep her happy? No. This is my point of view. It doesn't keep you happy. Like I said, I've had money. I had jobs where I made tons of money. Didn't make me happy. Actually made me kind of miserable because I never knew who was around, who was genuine. Like, did they like me or did they like my paycheck? You know, with my ex-husband, I really thought that he loved me. Like, he wanted to be with me. Yeah, he wanted to be with me because I had a really good job and he didn't have to work. He could be a bum and sit home and do nothing and just sit on the computer and cheat and talk to all these bimbettes out there who are willing to be like, oh, you're married? I don't care. Like, all right, come meet me here, meet me there, whatever. And he would. And he totally would. And I was busy working, making money, and he was busy giving me, I want a multi-region DVD, and I want a this, and I want a that. And he got whatever he wanted. I spoiled him rotten. For what? That's what he wanted. He wanted to be able to sit back and, you know, do whatever he wanted and not work. You know, he wanted to learn through my past experiences. Because he was like, well, you know, you dated, you were with, you know, you had a kid and you had all this experience. Like, I wanted to be able to learn from you about how to deal with people. That's why you married me? Like, what the fuck? That's messed up. And he was like, no, I mean, I do love you. I'm attracted to you. I want to be with you. But like, you have experience I've never had. And I don't have the nerve to go have them. So I can like learn from you. So he was trying to like live vicariously through my past. And I wondered why he wanted to know all the stories in like detail. I'm like, none of this bothers you? And he was like, no. I was like, it would bother me if you told me. Like, it would bother me. I don't want that picture in my head. Yeah. Sometimes you can't avoid it, and it's good to share stuff, but I don't need to know what people feel like or taste like or whatever. Like, I don't need that information, but now I have it. So thanks for that. Thanks for having me, you know, giving me the information so I can constantly compare myself to them. I try not to do that. I don't like to compare myself anymore because I won't compete. I just won't. I know that's like not the right attitude. They're like, oh, you got to compete now. I'm not competing for anybody. You either love me or you don't. Because that's how I am. It doesn't matter the pros and cons or whatever. If I love you, I love you. You might not be good for me. You might be really good for me. I don't know. That's not what I'm looking at. That's secondary. Because that's how I think. That's how I get into relationships now. Like, that's what I look at now. Before, it was just like, okay, you're here, I'm here. All right, let's do this. Like, that was the extent of it. It didn't go any deeper than that. It was, okay, yeah, well, we have, and a lot of them, I will admit, a lot of them were sex-based. Because that was something that I knew I could do. And I knew I could fake it. I'm not good at faking emotion. It's not a strength of mine. It's not a talent that I have. But faking like good sex, sure, I could fake that. I could fake enjoying sex like nothing. It's like breathing. There are telltale signs when I am actually enjoying it. But when I'm faking it, yeah, no. Like, I can fake it with the best of them. When Meg Ryan did that scene in When Harry Met Sally, everybody was like, oh my God, I can't believe she did that. I was like, please, you know how many times I've done that? Oh, really? Like, they're like, oh my God, she sounds so like, it sounds so realistic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't take much. Trust me. Because his blood is in a different area anyway, so he's not really thinking clearly. Trust me, you can fool him real quick. Like, it's really, really easy to fool. I have a story. Sweet. Naked midget Jello wrestling is still okay. Jello wrestling, no, all that, no. It's sticky. I don't know which is worse. Like, I've seen like the Jello wrestling, I've seen mud wrestling, I've seen oil wrestling. I think the worst was probably the oil because they were just getting hurt. It wasn't even fun. Like, it was just like these poor women. I've never seen men wrestle in anything other than like a just wrestling ring, like just on the mats. I've never seen men actually do that kind of thing. Is that just for females? Or just females that do it, I should say? Somebody has to know. Lady Autumn Sky, the last time I went to Applebee's on a date, we walked out. It was horrible service and horrible food. That was like 8 years ago. I mean, yeah, there are some that are hit and miss, but like up here, we have some who are really, really good. Especially if they're like, okay, my trick is if I'm going to go to like an Applebee's, I have to find one that's really close to like a whole bunch of other chain restaurants because now I know they're competing with one another. So the food is usually a little better and the service is usually a little better because you just be like, well, fuck you, I'm leaving and going to Chili's. But they're just like, no, stay, because they don't want to lose business. So they tend to be a little better. If I find one that's out in like East Bubblefuck and is by itself, no, I'm not eating there. Not unless there's tractor trailers in the parking lot. That was always the rule of thumb on the road. Like whenever we took a road trip, my husband was like, how do you always know the places to pick? Because I look for the ones with the truckers. Why? Because truckers know where to eat. They know where to eat good food, low prices, in and out, and you're done. Like they don't have time to fuck around. They don't have a lot of money to waste, and they need something that's going to keep them, full and not run into a bathroom in the next hour because they can't. And he was just like, okay. And you learned this how? My grandfather told me because he was a trucker when he was younger. The movie's the standard. Hi, Mims. How are you, Mimsy? Lady Autumn. Sadly, a movie date is so 1900s. Last time I went on a first date to the movies was in the 1990s. I mean, that's when I started dating. So, yeah. But, well, no, the very first time I went to a movie on a date was 1989. June of 1989. I don't remember what it was. I really don't. I can't think of what it was. So weird. But again, we went as a group. There was no just like one-on-one dates. Plus, you didn't go anywhere one-on-one. I mean, we might go to like the store and get like, I don't know, like a hamburger or whatever and sit on a stoop. For me, that was a fine date as a teenager. Even now, if you just want to go for a walk, let's just go for a walk. All right, we'll meet, go for a walk and talk, and we'll get food somewhere. There'll be a food truck or whatever. That's an icebreaker. You ever try to eat from a food truck? Like, because they don't give you like plates and shit. You have like the styrofoam thing, or you have like this flimsy kind of paper. That's a nice, awkward kind of meal in front of somebody. If you can get through that, it's like, oh, all right, let's tackle the next awkward thing. For me, that's what dating was. Just getting through one awkward thing after another, because everything was awkward for me. I know you guys think that I can just get up here and she's not shy at all. I am so shy. So shy. Face to face, I am so shy for about the first minute. But I do have I do have moments where I get extremely bashful and very coy, and I'm just like, no, don't look at me. But we call those my girly moments. They don't happen like that frequently, but well, I don't think they do. I'm sure other people would disagree, but for me, I don't think they happen that often. But they do happen. And I like when those moments happen because that means that I'm really being authentic. I'm not trying to put up the tough, facade. I'm not being, oh, I could handle anything. I'll kick your ass. I'm not, as Lady Awesome would say, I'm not in my masculine energy at that point. When I really lean into my feminine energy, it's just, I'm a completely different person. Mimsy, I can't stop laughing between you and Shelly. And I have a story. Listen, girl. I mean, we all got stories for days. I just have no problem sharing them. Jacob Hughes, I have a bit of an issue with the movie thing. It's simple entertainment that could lead to thought-provoking conversation after the fact, and you could draw those conversations out, learning more about the other person. You can learn how they see things, how they can relate to subjects, their thoughts on certain matters. I mean, this yarn could be spun out so many different ways. Oh, one of the things, like if you go to see like a controversial movie or like a movie that's important to you, like the topic is important to you, and you get their feedback on it, you can learn a lot about where a person stands based on how they react to certain movies. Like if you have a conversation about a movie and they start coming out like their face and you're like, wow, yeah. See, I lean this way. You lean the whole other way. That's going to be an issue that I didn't know existed till now. You could find out a lot, like a lot. And you find out if somebody has a sense of humor or not. I can't deal with somebody who's serious 100% of the time. I need somebody who, when you're looking at something really dark and depressing or whatever, I don't need them to bust out with a joke, but I need them to be okay with me busting out with one because I have inappropriate humor. I have that nervous kind of reflex where if I'm really uncomfortable, I'm going to go for the joke. If you're being super sweet to me and I don't know how to take it, I'm going to turn it into a joke. I am going to lean in, and you got to understand that I'm not taking what you said lightly. In fact, I'm taking it a lot more to heart than you would even believe. But I have to cover that with some humor because this is new ground for me. This is uncomfortable ground for me. So just let me settle into it in my way. And if I'm with somebody who can't deal with that, who thinks that that's like, oh, then you're being rude to me, you're not taking me seriously, bro, I can't fuck with you. I can't mess with somebody who's going to take everything like soul deep. I just can't. Lady Awesome, my middle daughter asked me when she was younger, why does everybody talk about the 1900s? She was born in 2006. Yeah. Oh, that's the year my son was born. I still remember the first time my daughter asked me, she was like, what were movies like, way back when you were young? And I was like, well, first of all, like it wasn't way back. Like I had you when I was 21. So I literally was like, just started dating 6 years before I had you. So it wasn't that freaking long ago. And she's like, oh yeah, it was. She was like, come on. And she was like, what kind of things did you do at the movies? I was like, well, the horse and carriage would come pick us up and then we'd go watch the talkies once in a while. And occasionally the guys would come in and they'd, light the coal lamps because that's what she made me feel like. Like, it was like, dude, it wasn't the turn of the century. It was the turn of this century, not 100+ years ago. Like, stop talking about it like I don't know, like I invented the wheel or something. Where were you when fire fucking came into existence? Oh, I was right there. Like, I swear she really thinks I'm like 1,000 years old. And I'm like, no, I'm really not. The thing is, my kids have never seen me as anything but mom. I've always been mom. Mom's always home. Mom is with them because I didn't want them to see the things that I did. I didn't want them to know that I was still, looking for somebody, that I was still throwing this out there, that mom had needs. The only thing mom ever needed was a computer, a cigarette, and a cup of coffee. That was it. That's what they knew. Like mom just needed to be there and be involved and whatever. They didn't need to know any of the other stuff. I'm saving all those stories for when they're older. And I can't wait because I'm going to share them at like family dinners and stuff like that. Because that's the whole point. Why did I live this life if I can't turn around and embarrass the shit out of my kids with it? Why? Had to be good for something. I mean, granted, I got it to like entertain you guys, you know, when I'm not having an off day, and today's an off day. I apologize, but whatever. You get what you get and you don't get upset. I want to be that blue-haired grandma sitting there going, yeah, I remember the first time I da-da-da-da, and just have my grandkids' mouths be like, oh, grandma, like, don't say that. Why? What happened? Oh, like you little whippersnappers don't do that. Lady Awesome, kids have a knack for making people feel their age. They make me feel my age like I'm my great grandmother. I don't get it. I'm like, really? This is how you see me? And they're like, well, you know, you don't really like go out. No, I don't go out because one, it's expensive. Two, there's nothing out there that I haven't already done. I don't see the point in doing repeats. Like, come up with something different and maybe I'll do something different. You know, if it's a new person, then yeah, we'll do all the things. But in this town, I've done all the things with all the people and somebody's always been involved in something. I just don't. Hoboken is so tiny. It's just such a tiny, tiny, tiny town. That's why when that song came out about, you know, if you were in a small town or living in a small town, I get that. I don't live in a small country town. I live in a heavily populated town, but it wasn't always so. You know, it used to be just us, just the born and raised here. We didn't have people who moved. You didn't move to Hoboken. You just didn't. You either had relatives here or, you know, you can move in with your relatives. That was fine. But like, we didn't have transplants. We didn't have people who lived here and like, you know, they're like, oh, it's mini New York. No, it's not. I get highly offended when people are like, oh, it's mini Manhattan. No, it's fucking not. Like, I've been to Manhattan. I hate Manhattan. Hate it with a passion. Very different living here. We're only a mile square, but yet there's 55,000 plus people in a mile square. Hell, we have a higher friggin' population than half of like the Western states. Like, it's disgusting. Rabbit share. First meal my husband cooked for me was canned SpaghettiOs with hot dogs cut up in it. That's gross, but so cute. Was that like the height of his culinary like abilities? Because if it was, that's so sweet. First thing my husband made for me was beef stroganoff. And I had never had white beef stroganoff. And I'm looking at it going, what is this? And he was like, it's beef stroganoff. I was like, no, it's not. I was like, I never had stroganoff that looked like this. Because we always had the beef gravy. We had the brown stroganoff. And that was what we made. I didn't know there was another kind. You know, I come from an Italian house. We don't have a lot of creamy dishes. We have a lot of tomato dishes and, you know, beef-based dishes. But adding milk and cream into like, no. Well, if my grandmother knew half the things I cook now, she'd probably smack the shit out of me. She'd be like, why would you make that? Why? That's so, like, you're cooking with milk? Like, the only thing she ever put milk into was mashed potatoes. That was it. She didn't even add them to eggs. And I don't know how she used to, like, she'd scramble the eggs and they'd be all fluffy and I'd be like, how much milk did you put? Oh, I would never. It's like, okay. I can't get them to fluff up the way she did. I just can't. And it drives me nuts. I can make amazing, you know, like egg dishes and whatever. I just can't get them to come out the way hers did. And I don't know what it is. I blame it on the electric stove. Movie dates are great for me and the wife when I was younger. It helped me learn a lot about how she sees the world and operates within it and how intelligent she is. Oh, Jacob Pete, that's nice. Mimsy, oh my God, Rabbit, that's adorable. I agree. Jacob Pete's, and thank heavens for that. I couldn't be with a bimbo. I'd shoot myself or her. Not sure which could go first. You know, be careful when you're like calling people bimbo, because you might have an impression that a girl is a bimbo and she's not. You might prejudge her and treat her that way, and she might hold on to that and be bitter about it for a while. I have a story. Bingo. Now you'll have to excuse me. I have to get in the Ferrari. Oh, whatever. Never have been a fake it till you make it. Just can't do it. I have a story. It's not on the list. I hit the wrong button and the list came down. I'll bring it back up in a minute. I'm not technical today. I'm going to tell you, today would be the kind of day where I'll plug something in and electrocute myself. I just know it. So I need to just sit in my chair and just like box myself up and not interact with the world, because today's not going to be a good day. Rabbit, my husband's favorite thing was to go to KFC and take me to the park and have a picnic. Aw, see, your husband was so sweet. He was like, I mean, those are all like sweet little things. I prefer Popeyes, but you know, whatever. That's just me. I love KFC, but KFC don't love me. So I'm better off with the Popeyes and just stick to like a biscuit and like my shrimp, and that's it. Have a couple French fries. I do really love their mashed potatoes and gravy. Very tasty. Probably it's all crap, but it is yummy. And that's where they get you. But the salt and those things, God, they kill me. Side note, perks of living in coastal Florida, beach first dates. I mean, yeah, we have down the shore, we have all that. Here I have we call it the waterfront, because we have this long, and I do mean long. They made a walkway so that you could walk through about 4 towns and never like leave this set walkway, and it's all along the riverfront. So some places are really nice. They've really fixed it up, and only now we have homeless problems. So you can't sit anywhere. Every bench has a body on it. You don't know. I'm saying body because you don't know if they're alive, dead, whatever. But that's what you have. It didn't used to be like that. I mean, when I first started dating, if you said, let's go down and walk on River Street, because that's what we called it, it was like, why? Because it was not developed. It was very, very old, broken down piers and like abandoned longshoremen, like outposts or whatever. And so you really were, you were like, okay, this is dangerous. Like, but I've done that. I've walked on the pilings out into the like quarter of the way into the river. You get hit, you fall in. I mean, we've had people die doing that, but we didn't care. We were young and stupid. There used to be a pier, so now there's nothing but pilings because all the pier is gone. So you walk the pilings out, you know, and you just walk out and you'd sit down and, you know, you have a conversation, you'd hang out, whatever. Otherwise, there's giant rocks that are like lining the wall of Hoboken, and they're in the river, and you could just climb onto them, and you sit there and you wave at the bargeman that pass or whatever. I didn't know that barges passed because I had never seen any, but I kind of went there with this guy, Miko, and he wanted to go for a walk, and that's where we wound up. And it was like 3:30 in the afternoon in the summer. And he's like, come on, let's climb out onto the rocks. And I was like, all right. I was 18? I was like, whatever. I knew he wasn't going to get very far. And we climb out onto the rocks and we're like sitting there talking. And, you know, we had never gone on a date or anything. This was like our first like sojourn out together, even though we knew each other for years. And he was like, you know, who makes the first move? And I was like, what? That right there killed it for me. Because I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, well, I'm not good at making the first move. And I was just like, obviously. And he was like, what does that mean? And I was like, I'm just saying, like, why would you ask? Just make the first move. Well, I don't know what you're going to be like. I don't know if you're going to sit down. I'm sitting on a rock in the middle of the fucking Hudson River with you, just me and you. Do you think I'm going to say no to like a kiss or something? Really? Because I'm not going to go through all this effort and then be like, meh, no, I really don't like you. Stop. But he was so hesitant and so like, oh my God, like, I don't know if you really like me. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have climbed over 2 fences and walked through weeds and broken bottles to get to this goddamn rock in the middle of the friggin' water. So it's just like, trust me, I like you. You could have just made the move and you'd have been okay. But now that I know, now I'm irritated. Now it's like, I don't want to do anything. I just want to go home. Like, this date is over. And, you know, he was just like, oh, I'm sorry, whatever. And we sat there for a while and I was just like, all right, I guess he's not going to make a move. I'll do it. I just grabbed him and kissed him. And he was like, oh, so you're making the moves. I was like, if you talk about making moves one more time, I'm going to throw you in the fucking water. Swear to God, I will kick you and kick you and kick you until you fall into the goddamn water. And he was just like, well, I was nervous. I was like, what were you nervous about? Looking like a jerk? Because now you look like a jerk. Because now you made me uncomfortable. Like, I just want to leave. And we're in the middle of like doing this, and like I'm pushing him, he's pushing me back. We're yelling, and this fucking barge passes by, and they're like, "Make your move!" And I was like, "Oh my God, did they hear us?" I don't think they, they just said the right thing at the right time, or at the wrong time, I guess you could say. But I don't know, it was just such a weird thing. But yeah, I almost did push him into the water. I was so aggravated. He was like, oh, I'll walk you home. I was like, I know the way home. He was like, you're mad at me? Yes, I'm mad at you. I'm like, Jesus, you made me do all the freaking work. Like, what the hell? I hate that. Don't make me be the dominant in the fucking relationship. Don't make me make the decisions. I hate that. That was one thing I had with my ex that he knew. I was just like, you know what? Don't ask me where I want to go for dinner. I don't care. I've been making decisions and taking care of people all fucking day. Just pick me up and go, you know what? We're going to go do this. And okay, just as long as I don't have to think about it. I don't have to make a decision. I don't have to make a choice. I don't have to think about it. Take me wherever you want to take me. I will find something I like on the menu. I don't care. Even if it's on the freaking kiddie menu. I don't care if I have to revert back to like chicken nuggets. I don't care. Just don't make me make the decision. That's, I think, a huge part of the dating thing, because these girls, they want control over like where we're going, but then they don't want to say they want control. They're like, oh, I want this certain standard, but I don't want to have to tell you that. You should automatically know that. That's another thing I have a problem with. I've been guilty of it. I'm trying so hard to talk about what I want, rather than assume you know what I want, that you're just going to magically get it right. You're not going to think about this shit. This is stuff I'm thinking about. That doesn't mean you're thinking about it. So wouldn't it just be easier for me to just say, hey, this is what I want. I'm in the mood for this, without sounding fucking selfish. I don't think it's a bad thing to be open about what you want. I don't think it's a bad thing to be clear. Communicate. Is it awkward? Until you get used to it, yeah, everything's awkward. God, everything you learned in life, you were awkward at some point. Practice it. It doesn't always have to be awkward. Rabbit, sorry about typing. Hands are hurting today. No, honey, you can type, not type. You could, hell, don't you have like voice to text or something? We got to get you that. But no, don't worry about it. Like I said, last night was a high pain day. Today is a little better. It's a little better. Things are moving the way they're supposed to. The thing with the compression therapy is they move. And then it gets uncomfortable, and I try to like move them back, and they don't want to go. So I have to call Connor out, and he's got to like readjust all the straps and everything else. It's like, So I mean, that kid, he doesn't like to do a lot of things, but when I absolutely need him to do something, he does it. So I guess I can't complain too much. Mimsy said, "Oh, Rabbit, that's so sweet and romantic." Rabbit's all about the romance. She's had quite the romantic past. And see, I'm a diehard romantic. Oh dear God, I'm hopeless about it. Ugh. That's just who I am. I'm such a mush. Rabbit, we had a picnic at least once a week with fast food takeout for over 40 years. Oh my goodness. That's so sweet. See, I like that. One of the things that my ex used to do for me that I absolutely adored was every morning he would pick me up to drive me to work. And before he picked me up, he would stop by this little like luncheonette that was open at like 4 a.m. Everybody used to go there for like coffee, and here like buttered rolls they're a thing. That's a whole meal for us. It's just a buttered Kaiser roll. And he would go and he would get me either like a buttered roll and a hot chocolate or a buttered roll and tea, because I didn't drink coffee back then. I didn't drink coffee till I hit 40. And he'd get me like some days he'd get me a bagel, like a buttered bagel, or he'd get me a bagel with cream cheese, depending on, like the temperature. If it was hot out, it was, a buttered bagel. If it was, chilly out and the butter, was going to get like icky too quick, he would get cream cheese. Or he'd get me a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Or he'd get me a Taylor ham, egg, and cheese sandwich, that's standard Jersey fare. Like that's what we always eat. Yeah, I just want a Taylor ham, egg, and cheese on a hard roll with ketchup, salt, and pepper. That's it. Like that's the go-to, especially when you've been drunk all night. And he would do that every morning. Every morning, without fail. Occasionally, if they had like muffins, he would make sure to get like a blueberry muffin because he knew that was my favorite. Just plain blueberry muffin. I don't like anything on the muffins. I just like, because they're sweet enough. And I would just pick at the muffin at my desk like all morning, and it would make me happy every time I'd have like just a little bite, because he thought about me. That was his way of doing something nice for me, and it meant everything to me. And like other people didn't do that. They didn't think, oh, these little things is how she feels, special. She feels taken care of. I would do the same kind of things for him. Like if I went into a store, no matter what I bought in the store, if I saw something that I thought he'd like, I'd just pick it up and get it. And I'd be like, oh, here, you mentioned blah, blah, blah way back when. And I saw it and I was like, let me get this for him real quick. And he'd be like, wow, you remembered that? Yeah, of course I did. Like people think I don't listen. I listen to everything and I take it all in and I remember. But what I think is important might not be what you think is important. You're thinking like information that you're giving me about whatever is important. And yes, it is, but not as important to me as my information I'm getting about you. Because everything else, that's the outside world. I'm worried about the inside world. Because if that's not, settled, if that's not good, how do you have the strength to deal with the outside world? So I'm more worried about making that little microcosm that we're in safe and happy and prosperous. I want there to be good energy. I want there to be positivity. I don't want anybody to feel bad about themselves. But I don't want to feel bad about me either. Like if I'm making you feel like you're important to me, I want to feel like I'm important to you too. And I mean, that was one of the ways that he did that. Nowadays it's more my good mornings and my good nights. Those are important to me. The sentiment. I don't care what you buy. I don't care what you don't buy. I don't care what you do. The sentiment is what's important to me. The meaning behind it, the effort, the investment that you're willing to make, and the consistency. You know, with Billy, there was a lot of consistency. That was what I had gotten used to. I didn't have that before him. You know, he was not different day to day. You know, things would come up and I'd learn like different aspects of his personality. But that was fine because mainly he was consistent. He wasn't all over the place. And it was the same way with his treatment of me. It was very consistent. So when he'd deviate, it would set off like alarm bells. And I'd be like, what's the matter? I don't know. Something's not right. And because whenever I felt like something was off, something went wrong. You know, he'd have his period or whatever. And it'd just be like, you know. But I knew to anticipate that was coming. But I relied on those mornings. So when he stopped, that was a clear sign to me that you no longer mean to me what you used to. And I knew that was like the beginning of the end. Did I say that? No, I kept that information to myself. But you can learn a lot by just letting people be themselves and let them treat you the way they feel you should be treated. I never asked him to buy me this stuff in the morning, not once. Even when he stopped, I never said, why don't you get me whatever? I just remember the day that I looked down at the console between us and there was nothing there and my heart broke. I wasn't going to say, you know, you didn't get me a hot chocolate? You didn't get me like a bagel or like a muffin or something? Nope. I just, okay. That's a change, you know, and I just absorbed it and moved on and just waited for the next shoe to drop because I knew it was gonna. I think people have really, really high expectations for each other now. I think they expect too much. They feel entitled to too much. And they miss the little things. Because that's where the meaning is. The meaning's in the little things. It's not in the grand gestures. I never accepted that grand gestures were for me. I always thought grand gestures are for you to look good to somebody else. Like they're your way to show off. Don't mean shit to me. Like, if I'm going to buy you a car, I'm not going to put a big bow on it or whatever. Like, I'm not going to make the whole family be there. No. You want to buy a car? All right, let's go buy a car. Come on. Like, that's how I was. My husband got to pick out whatever car he wanted. And I just bought it. And he was like, oh, you know, I don't want to like have to pay for this later and because he always thought I was going to hold it over his head. And I was like, no, you want it. Like, all right, let's go get it. Because money didn't mean shit to me. I'm not willing to fight over money. I'm just not. It's not important to me. Buying the big gifts, that's not important to me. Doing all the big shit, that's not important to me. That does not tell me that you love me or that you accept me or that you care about me. That tells me that you're happy that you could do this because, you know, it's an accomplishment for you. Great. It has nothing to do with me. That has to do with you. That has nothing to do with how you feel about me. That has to do with your abilities to do whatever you think you should be doing, you know, as a man or whatever. So I have a problem with big gestures. Mimsy said, oh, I need humor big time. I'm quirky and silly anyway. I think we're all quirky. Come on. None of us would be here, and you especially wouldn't be listening to me if you weren't slightly quirky. Rabbit said at Jacob Pete's, he was the best thing never happened to me. He was my soulmate. You say stuff like that, Rabbit, and I just want to cry. I can't imagine having that and then not having it. But you're going to be together again one day. You will. And until then, you know, he dropped you off with us. Don't think he doesn't know that you're with us and we drive you crazy and we're just a bunch of kids you got to take care of. He knows, but he knows that we're going to keep you hopping until it's time to get together again. But I hope that's not for a long time, because I don't want us to be without you. You know, we love you, Rabbit. Mimsy, oh, Rabbit, what a blessing. Absolutely. You had something that people only dream about. It's amazing how most people will not experience that kind of love in their life. I don't want to be all like, you know, fatalistic Fanny, but that's how I feel. I just feel it's so rare, and people are so messed up in the head and like emotionally. It's too easy to walk away from somebody that actually feels something for you. It's not given the weight that it deserves. It's not given the importance, because everybody's like, yeah, oh, I can make it on my own. I could be by myself. I've done it by myself. Those words have come out of my mouth for 20 years. Do I believe them? No. No. That's the pride. That's the whole, you know, oh, I don't need it because I don't have it and I don't think I'm ever going to have it. So I'm going to pretend like it's not important. It's the only thing. To me, having somebody in your life that loves you, that you can love, that you can grow old with, that's the most important thing in the world to me. It's always been. I mean, besides my kids, obviously, but I think my kids would be better if I had that. Like, if they knew that, okay, mom's going to be okay, I can just go off and do my life. I don't want them worrying about me. I don't want them thinking, oh, you know, I can't leave her because she'll be by herself. I can take care of myself. You can go. Like, you can go live your life. Go do your thing. I don't hold back for me, because I didn't hold back before I had you. Hell, I didn't hold back after I had you. Outpost said, I had a kid one day in class ask what G.I. Joe is, and it hurt my soul. How does that fit in? Non sequitur of the day. Jacob Pease, where were you when fire was discovered? I'll have to use that. Okay. Now I see it. You see, Prometheus and I were good friends. Yeah, I used to peck out his liver on the daily. Mimsy, wasn't sure how many people would get that. Mm-hmm. Fire, Jacob. He loved learning to cook from me. He would help in the kitchen. Aw. Jacob Pete said, I'm married. Why do I care? Because unless you toe the line, you might not be married forever. It doesn't matter if you're married. You should still be with that person like you're still dating them. I hate when people take each other for granted. I've seen so many married couples do that, and then they're like, I don't know why we're fighting. You know, oh, I want something new. Why don't you go discover something else with your wife or with your husband? Like, all those things that you're like, I want adventure. I want this. Did you ask her? Did you ask him? Do they want it? Because they might. You're bored. Do you think they're not bored? Maybe they're not bored because they're busy. Get busy. You know, do something else. Don't be the douche. Don't be selfish and be like, oh, it's missing this feeling. I have to go chasing it. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's the thing. I think relationships lack commitment now. Everybody thinks that they could just walk in and out of them and be like, oh, yeah, I'll put 10 years in here. No. Like, either be in it or just get the fuck away. You know, if you're not going to be that person who's going to stand by them no matter what, then move to the side and let somebody else step up to the plate who's going to do the job. Everybody deserves to be loved and taken care of in both ways. I'm not talking about men just taking care of women. That's some bullshit. I think there are different ways we take care of each other, but it should be pretty much, you know, an equal back and forth. Like, yeah, you get, well, I mean, look at, all right, the only real example I have is me and Billy. He would buy my breakfast. Okay. I would call him or I would beep him in the middle of the morning because I knew he would deal with like certain groups of people at work that really aggravate him. And that would be over by like a certain time. And around that time, I would, like I would beep him, or I would just call him, or I'd beep him to call me back, or I just beep him a silly message. Like, I'd just say love you, or like boobies, or hello, because you could write those things in beeper talk. And it would give him that little like, oh, she's thinking about me kind of thing. And it made him get through every morning. That was my way of feeding what he needed. Like he would give me the morning breakfast because I didn't have time in the morning getting Katie together and getting her off to school and whatever. Getting her ready or whatever. I didn't have time for any of that. I didn't have time for me. And he realized that like a week into dating me, he was like, I'm driving her to work, but where are you hungry? Like I can hear your stomach. Well, I haven't eaten since last night. All right, so what are you going to do? Well, I'll eat at lunchtime. You can't not eat in the morning, Michelle. And I'd be like, no, I'm fine. Like, and then he was like, no, you're going to have this. He'd be like, you need like something in the morning. Otherwise you're going to be sick by lunchtime. And he wasn't wrong. I mean, I was always nauseous in the morning, but then he would get me different kinds of breakfast things or whatever. Even on the weekends, like on Sundays, he'd be like, let's do brunch. Let's grab Katie and go have brunch. I'd be like, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we'll be ready by like 11 o'clock. Come on, get her together. I'll come pick you up and we'll go to some diner somewhere and have brunch. Okay. And then that would turn into a whole day. It would be like, all right, we'd go have brunch. We'd have fun. We'd laugh. They'd giggle at one another. And he'd be like, oh, you want, what? There's that mall out in whatever town that, they're still open because around here, a lot of things close on Sundays. We have an entire county, Bergen County. No businesses are allowed to be open on Sundays. It's the weirdest thing. But we'd be like, oh, he'd be like, oh, there's a flea market or there's this or there's that. And then that would plan out our whole day. We'd start out with brunch, go to a flea market, walk around, go grab a sandwich or something, come back to my house. Sometimes we'd have dinner there with my grandmother, depending on, how it all went. But it was like our whole day was just, oh, yeah, let's do this. Let's do that. Little things that didn't cost much. Brunch would maybe cost us $20 for the three of us. Flea market, unless you're buying something, it's not going to cost you shit. They don't charge you to go into a flea market. We'd walk around for hours and hours, and we'd have such a good time looking at all the different displays. And oh my God, can you believe that they're selling this? And oh my God, like we'd find, you always find like that one kind of perverted, it looks like a normal stand. And then you get closer and you're like, what is this shit? And it's like, it's all these weird little figurines and like these wind up toys. And it was just, like novelty stuff, but hilarious. And we would have so much fun looking through everything. And it was always a great time. And it didn't cost us anything. We had hours together, hours with the baby, and we're out, we're enjoying everything, and it's not costing us a dime. And we'd go home exhausted, and she'd be sleeping, and we'd have so much to talk about. But oh my God, that thing that we saw, oh my God, could you imagine? And it would be a good feeling. It was a great memory that we would make, and it didn't cost anything. I don't understand these chicks that are like, oh, if he's going to take me out, he's got to spend this much. If he wants to date me, I have to know that he has to make at least like $250,000 a year. Bitch, who are you? Like, I'm sorry. What about you is worth that much? What do you bring to the table? How about that? Ask that fucking question. I bring me. That's not enough. I'm going to need to see your resume of skills. Can you cook? No? Okay. Can you clean? Oh no, I want a mate, bitch. Like, how many kids are you willing to have? Oh, no, I'm not ruining my body. I'm not having kids. What is it that you're worth then? Just because what? You're pretty? Okay. Guess what? Ain't nobody seeing your ass in the dark. So there's a whole bunch of time when you being pretty don't mean shit. In an emergency, you being pretty don't mean shit. In a financial crisis, you being pretty, again, unless you're going to sell your ass, don't mean shit. Like, and you have a shelf life. You do. I mean, maybe if he makes $250,000 a year, he could pay for your plastic surgery. But again, why would you want to be with somebody who's not biodegradable? I mean, really. Oh my God, that just made me think of something. What if people become so plastic that the Catholic Church can't canonize saints anymore because nobody decomposes? Oh my God, what if that becomes a thing? I never thought of that before. So weird. Anyway, sorry. I squirreled. I'm so sorry. Mimsy, Jacob, I love that you still care. Never stop. Of course he cares, because Jacob is a big freaking mush just like me. He just pretends like he's not. Beach first dates until the local city council become assholes and close the beach at a certain time. Nerd, you have you are so frustrating with your outlook on life. Like, there's a way that you can go about life where you're not going to make yourself miserable every second. I mean, I could sit here and make everything dire and find the shit in all of it. Why? Why would you do that? I love you to pieces, nerd. Stop. Find the good. If you always find the negative, that's where you're going to live, man, and that's where you're going to stagnate and stay. I don't mean to call you out, but I kind of do, because it's just everything is. You tell a story and it's about somebody who died. You tell about somebody who, you lost this or this bad thing happened or that. But I talk about a lot of bad stuff, but you got to come up with some good memories, really good ones, without any negativity. I want to lift you up out of that mind space, because it's not healthy. And that's for anybody. But it's like, oh yeah, great first dates until they close the beach. What? But why do you got to go there? Find somewhere else to go. Don't just blame somebody else. If one thing is cut off for you, then find an alternate way of doing it. Or just break the goddamn rules. Fuck it. Jacob Pease. Oh, that reminds me of when I proposed to my wife. We're in Tennessee. Love Tennessee. I asked her to come join me on a large flat stone in the middle of this brook to see the waterfall upstream. Uh-oh. Didn't have the ring because it was completely impromptu, so we left at the resort. But that didn't stop both of our knees from shaking. Upon review, may not have been the best location. It was a good location. I'm glad you didn't have the ring. The sound carries over water. Thank you, Rabbit. Well, apparently, because they heard whatever the hell we were arguing about. I get very nervous with anything near the water, especially open bodies of water. I mean, you don't want to have a ring you just dropped 4 paychecks on. And then you're like, here, and you get, because it's nerve wracking. You will drop shit. It's not always like it is in the movies. It doesn't go flawlessly. Even at my freaking wedding, my husband dropped the goddamn ring. And he dropped the ring again at his brother's wedding when he went to give his brother the damn thing. And it wasn't even his wedding. He dropped and all you hear is, fuck. And I just saw the ring just roll down the aisle. It was like, there it goes. I wasn't going after it. Shit. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of rings near water. I'm just not. Same thing with phones. Not a fan of phones near water. Lady Odom said, I think waterfalls are romantic. The walk over slippery rocks back to solid land was tough with wobbly knees. Oh, yeah. First of all, walking on those slippery rocks with the algae and everything else, that's never fun. I have fallen off those damn things so many times. Luckily, the rock that was in our river, it's not huge, but it's enough for 2 people to make out on. But there's no algae because it's literally in the sunlight the entire day. Like there's no shade, there's no trees nearby, there's nothing. You are sitting there out in the open in the sun. We were just roasting. It was like two lizards just laying on a rock. Still romantic. Lady Awesome. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Outpost nerd. I had a girlfriend who I really liked and was going to take her on our anniversary. Here we go. Back to the fair, which was our first date, and I was going to propose on top of the Ferris wheel. We didn't work out. See, Mimsy, I had a boyfriend like that too. He would always bring me a bite to eat. It's thoughtful. It is very thoughtful. It is very thoughtful. But I used to do stuff like that for him. Like he would mention in passing, he'd be like, oh, that cake looks good. I could really go for a piece of chocolate cake. And I wouldn't say anything. And then we'd go back to my house and we'd be watching a movie. And I'd be like, I'll be right back. I'd be like, what are you doing? I'd be like, just watch the movie. I just need like 10 minutes. I'd be like, all right. And I'd go and I'd whip up a cake really, really quickly. And I'd throw it in the oven and I'd tell my grandmother, just, set the timer for me. And when it goes ding, I'll come back out. She'd be like, no, it's all right. You made the cake. When the timer goes off, I'll get it. I'd be like, all right, I'll put it out to cool and then you could do whatever. And then she'd call me out like 45 minutes later, like, all right, it's cooled off. Okay. And he'd be like, what's cooled off? Oh, I just made you some coffee. I'll be right back. I'd be like, oh, I love coffee. Like I could go for a coffee now. And, I'd come back in with like coffee and giant piece of chocolate cake. And he'd be like, we didn't have cake. Yeah, we did. Oh my God, did you just make that? And he would be like, oh my God, it's so good. Oh my God, it's so good. The stupidest little things. Like if he said, oh, I'm hungry, but I don't want to like eat a full meal. I'd be like, oh, well. And I'd like wander off and go make him like a real thin peanut butter and jelly sandwich the way he liked it. And I'd bring it in. He'd be like, that's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. I'd be like, you're welcome. And that'd be it. Whatever need he had, I wanted to fulfill that need. Because I paid attention. I knew what his needs were. People don't do that. They're like, what am I supposed to read your mind? No, you're supposed to pay attention. It's not that hard. When you're invested in somebody, you know what they need. You can tell. And the more you get to know them, the more, the easier it comes to you. I can't always say that about people for me because I tend to hide when I need something because I'm always afraid to ask. I'm afraid to show a need. So I'll like fake it. And then I'm like, oh, they didn't even pick up on that. No, because you covered it up, stupid. It's like you weren't acting natural. So how are they going to pick up on that? Tell me, Michelle. Because yes, I call myself Michelle when I talk to myself because that's my name. Anyway, at Outpost Nerd. So the top of the Ferris wheel is a no-go for me. Yeah. No. Be right back. Gotta get in the work truck. Okay. Lady Awesome said, at Outpost Nerd, I'm intimidated by heights and get to the point where I could have a fear of the highest. However, I choose to overcome things like that. So I would intentionally test myself. So the top of a Ferris wheel is a no-go for me. However, I could see that being romantic for somebody else. Not for me. I used to really enjoy Ferris wheels until Katie and I got stuck at the top of one for about 3.5 hours. We were stuck up there. I was not happy. She was little and squirmy. And I thank God it wasn't like a regular Ferris wheel. It was one of those, like it had like the pod, like the cage pod that you get in with the door. But the thing is, she wouldn't sit still and she would like try to get up and the whole thing would rock back and forth. And it was like, sit down, like just sit down. And she wouldn't. And so it was 3.5 hours of, oh my God, just go to sleep. Please, please, please. I was like rocking her. Like I'm doing her back. I'm singing and everything. And you have all these kids that are also stuck. They're all crying. Their parents are yelling. And it was just like, oh God, it was such a nightmare. I have not been on a Ferris wheel since. I'm going to be 100% honest. I do not want to repeat that experience. I didn't like it. It sucked. And my fear of heights was not good right then. But I couldn't think about that because I had to think about her. And it was just like, ugh. Yeah, there was definitely room for major freak out. And when we got to the bottom, like I was with my mother that day, she was freaking out. I could hear her. She was on the ground and I could hear her from the top of the Ferris wheel. Oh my God. My granddaughter's not my daughter, because fuck her daughter, but my granddaughter's up there. She's gonna be so scared. I was just like, oh, at least she cares about one of us. But I was just like, your grandmother's so loud. My daughter was like, I want to go. She kept going toward the door. I was like, no, like, stop doing that. Oh God, it was so nerve wracking. I'm actually getting like tense just thinking about it. It was so bad, so bad. And I haven't gone on a Ferris wheel since. Nope. And that's the thing. Like, I love rides. I love roller coasters are my favorite. I love that one that just goes in a circle, but like there's like two of you in like this round, like it's like a semicircle, and you slide back and forth, and it throws you to one side, throws you to the other. I mean, with the right person, that could be a really fun ride. But I mean, that's the kind of stuff I like. I don't mind getting thrown around in a friggin' ride, but the heights thing, no. And I used to go on the one that goes all the way around, you know, the ship thing, the pendulum that it goes and you're like upside down, like really upside down. That thing would scare the shit out of you. And I used to love that. But yeah, no, that I can go on the highest freaking ride you got, but you put me on a Ferris wheel and I'll just cry. I'll just cry now because the experience was so bad. It was so nerve wracking. I mean, I could laugh about it now, but don't put me on no fucking Ferris wheel. Especially something you did together. Oh, I know I'm way behind, nerd. I know I'm way behind on chat. I can't help it. No, this is shit that my town has actually done. I'm aware. I mean, if you hate your town that much, look for someplace to live outside of it. I mean, you don't want to leave your family. Everybody's got to leave home at some point. You should live somewhere else for a little bit of time at some point. I mean, Christ, I lived in Kansas for 2 years. That was eye-opening. It was a very different way of life. God, I never knew that kind of quiet existed. Because you don't get quiet here. You just don't. Right now, it sounds like it's quiet. All I hear are sirens in the distance. And that's all day long. That's why, like, now when I go to sleep, I put the headphones in. I put the earbuds in and I play, like, I'll play music or whatever just to go to sleep. Oh. Because if I try to put, like, earbuds in, like the earplugs, I feel like I'm going to be attacked at any moment because I'm not used to quiet. Quiet is very unnerving for me. And I would love to get used to quiet. I'm starting to realize that silence is not always impending doom. But in my experience, whenever it's been quiet, something really violent has followed it. Like when people go quiet on me, it's never been followed up by anything good. You know, usually it's quiet and then boom, you know, you get hit or you get something thrown at you or somebody just takes that one breath and you're just like, oh, fuck. And they just explode. So yeah, I've learned now silence doesn't have to be a bad thing. Silence doesn't mean that you're in trouble or that you're going to get hurt afterwards. But it took a while for me to realize that, okay, silence can be a really good thing. And now I kind of like it. I like just sitting there and being quiet. I have a story talking trash and truth on everyone. And Daisy Girl said she's been trying to chat, but is having YouTube issues. Wanted me to say hi for her. Hi, Daisy Girl. Aw. I hate when she has YouTube issues. She was so funny in V Radio's show yesterday. She was in his chat saying she was going to make him bologna sandwiches. And he was like, Bologna sandwiches. He and I are going to fight for Daisy Girl. You see, we're going to mud wrestle. The winner gets Daisy, but she's got to help us mud wrestle. Mimsy, if you love and respect each other, you enjoy the simple things together, they make the best memories that you cherish. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a story. My father-in-law has lost 4 phones. In the water? Don't tell me that. I can't. My entire life is in my phone. If I lose my phone or it goes dead and I can't like retrieve the information, I'm so screwed. Like I am so screwed. Lady Awesome. An Outpost Nerd. It's okay if you want, you can practice positive speak with me. I try to use positive words in my everyday speak and actively in the moment change the way you think. Listen, she's working on me. She's been working on me. I have tried, it's still a work in progress, but I have done the best I could not to use the word morning as much as I did, because it does have a weird kind of double connotation. Even though I mean it one way, the universe could hear it a different way, and I don't want it to. Like, I'm trying not to screw with the universe as much as possible. Like, there's things that I've said, like, I don't know if you'll know, but when something goes wrong, first thing I say is, fuck my life. Like, that's what I say every time. And I've been made aware that the universe is listening, and it's like, is she saying that or is she requesting that? Like, what the hell? Is that a challenge? Like, I don't want the universe to ever look at me and go, oh, let's see how bad we can, like mess her up just with her own words. So I've been trying to do the positive speak thing. I'm not good at it, but I'm trying. So instead of like the other one, I just say, oh, fuck a duck. Because I figure the universe is like, oh no, she's just being, she's just being expressive. She's not giving us a challenge, because I'm pretty sure she don't want to fuck a duck. My husband found a loose diamond he liked and had it set for me 10 years after we were married. I'm not a jewelry person, but I love that ring. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, I'm not a jewelry person either. I don't wear rings on the regular. I used to have a ring on every finger because, I like to punch things. And I had one that had my name on it. So if I punched you, it actually had my name backwards in your face. That was the point of pride for me. That's how angry I was at one point. I have a story. I know, right? 2 were within 3 to 4 months. Unbelievable. Some people dread phone calls for one reason or another. Mine is my phone sleeps with the fishes. I call his phones right now. The name of the phone is like Hail Mary, full of grace. Boop, there goes my phone. Oh, well. Yeah. Fredo calling. I can't. If y'all didn't get that, that's a Godfather reference, just so you know. There's actually a couple Godfather references in one, which is very impressive. I'm very impressed with him right now. Lady Awesome said, like, instead of saying, don't forget to fill in the blank, stop. And stop and change your wording. Say, I will remember, fill in the blank. It can train your brain into seeing a cup as half full and not half empty. Or not half broken. Because God, it's like sometimes people talk and they're like, oh yeah, no, everything sucks. Everything goes back to a bad memory. And it's like, you need to, like, I have a lot of bad memories too, but you got to learn to let go. Grieve it, let go of it. Grieve it, let go of it. Deal with it. Because going back to the same things over and over, one tells me you're not dealing with that trauma. You're just constantly keeping it there as like this point of comfort for you because it's what you know. And it tells me that you're not willing to like go outside of that and have an alternate experience to that. Like you're not looking to have the experience that's better than that. If it went badly once, doesn't mean it's always going to go badly. You just got to keep trying. I have a story. Screw that. Snakes can kiss my ass. No, don't. No desire to make nice with that. No, 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 no ropes. Snakes? Who mentioned snakes? Elephants. Hello, hello. I hear leaves. That's how quiet it is here. Yes, I'm bragging. Bitch. There's no need for that. No, I'm kidding. You can brag all you want. One of the main things I want for when I, do get to move, I want to live in a place where I don't hear people. I just hear nature. I want to hear, chipmunks running through underbrush. I want to hear squirrels jumping from like branch to branch. I want to hear the birds. I want to hear all that kind of stuff. I don't want to hear sirens and I don't want to hear gunshots because I'm really sick of the fact that I know the difference between fireworks, a car backfiring, somebody dropping like whatever, because around here there's always construction, so they drop all sorts of shit, and gunshots. I don't want to know. I don't want to know the difference, but I do. And I could tell right away. And my body can tell because the gunshots, my body automatically wants to hit the floor. No matter, even if I'm inside, it doesn't matter. Something has told my brain, hit the floor, and I will every freaking time. But I don't want that. I want to live where the things that are going to kill me are natural, not man-made. And I want to see stars. I want to be able to go outside and be outside at night and not be afraid I'm going to get hit in the head for whatever reason, because that's something they do here now. It's a game. It's the knockout game that made a resurgence. Every couple of years it does, and it's terrifying when it does. Because they're not looking to rob you or anything. They just want to knock you the fuck out. They knocked one dude out a couple years ago, and he fell onto a fence that was like, he was walking down the sidewalk, and there was like this short fence that was surrounding this big building, the property. And the fence was only like, I'd say like maybe 3 feet high. And somebody came along and they knocked him out. They hit him so hard that he got knocked out. He did like a pirouette and he went down hard. And he went down hard on the fence. And it was one of those fences that has the little posts with the point on top. And he impaled himself and he died. And they didn't know it. They just knocked him out and left him there. And somebody found him the next morning with all like the blood and everything pooling around. And I wouldn't want to find that. I wouldn't want to live through it, and I wouldn't want to find it. But that's the kind of shit that goes on here now. And it's just like, so you can't even go out at night. I can't send my kid to the store at night. Like even downstairs. I was trying the other night. He really wanted to go and I just couldn't do it. I could not do it. Because I know what goes on here. Because I live in drunk central. This is drunk, druggy central. Everybody's like, oh, Hoboken's so rich. Yeah, you know what happens when you have a lot of young rich people? You have a lot of people with a lot of disposable income and they're bored. So they try new things and they act like fools. And then you wind up getting in trouble because they'll pick a fight with you, but they got money for lawyers and you don't. So you're screwed. But either way, I don't want to put my son in danger. I don't want to be in danger. I used to walk this entire town till like 1, 2 in the morning with my friends like it was nothing, not one fear in the world. Now I'm afraid to go to the store because it's just so violent. People are so unpredictable here now because they're not like us. You know, we don't know who they are. They could run off and I won't know who the hell they were. When I was growing up, if you came at me, somebody in my group knew who the hell you were. So you were going to pay for your actions. Now they can get away with it. So just run. I don't know who the hell they are. They're one of, 55,000 people. I don't know all those 55,000 people. I have a story. My mom still gives me the stink eye. When the Ferris wheel incident comes up, stepdad and I started swinging. Oh, when we stopped at the top. For a brief moment, I still swear she sprouted wings. My mother would have beat me stupid if I did that. She hates Ferris wheels, hates them. She loves roller coasters, hates Ferris wheels. You know what she gets sick on? She gets sick on a merry-go-round. You could put her on like the Cyclone at Coney Island, like nothing, and she'd just be like, "Let's go again." But you put her on a merry-go-round, on a carousel, nope. She's green as could be when she gets off. And she gets off like she just drank like 4 freaking bottles of whiskey. She's like, rah, 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 like stumbling all over the fucking place. It's so funny. I'll dare her all the time to go on. I'm like, I'll go on with you. Come on. I'll do it. But I have really good balance. And my mother does not. And I mean, you could spin me out. I was one of those kids who figured out that if you spin, and you make yourself like fall and the earth starts moving, like all you need to do is like either hold on or move counterclockwise to however you were going just one time and the whole world rights itself. It's fantastic. But I used to love to do that. Just spin until I got sick. And then just spin the other way and I'd be fine. My mother's not like that. My mother walks and everything spins. So it's just like, and the doctor's like, I don't understand. You don't have vertigo. There's nothing wrong with your equilibrium. Why are you like this? Because my mother is a pain in the ass. That's why. Jacob Pete, send me the venue for said mud wrestling match. All right. So Jacob Pete wants me, Daisy, and V Radio to have a wrestling match. Duly noted. Would you mind if like V's not up to it if he like tags somebody in? Because I mean he should have an alternate. Harry Peters. Hi, Shelly. Love you. Hi, Harry. I don't know who you are, Harry, but love you too. What's up? Harry Peters. That sounds like Harry Prick, but don't take that the wrong way. It's just I know people that would turn that into something really perverse, but it's cool. Ellie Fun. Hey, chat. My gay phone doesn't tag you. Sorry. Ellie, you know, I don't know what is it about the Apple products because I can't tag anybody on my iPhone or on my iPad. Anything else on an Android, not a problem. On the laptop, not a problem. But on my iPhone and on my iPad, I cannot tag anybody. It's so weird. Hello, Rabbit, how are you? Lady Autumn Sky, yes, and kudos to you, Shelly. You've been aware and trying. Trying is doing something. I know. I'm just, I am so set in my ways. It's so hard. And Harry Peters, thank you. I'm okay. How are you doing? Ellie Fine. Oh my God, I've learned to be a jewelry person. I picked out this small $300 ring and hubby said no. Took me to the jewelers. Then I picked another small ring and he was like, nope. And he got a huge ring. Aw. I mean, that's nice. That's nice that he did that for you. The only one who bought me jewelry was Billy. And I think the only reason he used to buy the jewelry was to show off the fact that he bought me jewelry. It was never for me because he knew I wasn't a jewelry person. First of all, I hate gold. I hate gold. I don't like the way it looks on me. I don't like the way it feels on me. I just don't like gold. It's just something, it actually makes me jittery. Silver is more my thing. I'm very in tune with silver. It's got a very natural feel for me. I just like it. Because again, it's not, price doesn't mean shit to me. I like what I like. You know, if I like something super expensive, I'll get it for my damn self. I don't expect anybody else to get it for me. But for the most part, I don't like really expensive stuff. I mean, there are people out there who they have like that champagne taste all the freaking time. I don't have that. You know, I've always spent it on other people. I'll have champagne taste for everybody else. But for me, not so much. It's a waste. It's a waste when I could either do without or I could do with like a cheaper version. Um, but jewelry for me was always, I guess, because my family always had so much jewelry, and they would, oh, look at what I got, and look at that, and it was like, all right, you had a bunch of boyfriends who bought you a bunch of engagement rings. That's great. You didn't marry any of them, so what was the fucking point? But I got the ring. Who cares? Is that ring keeping you warm at night? When you're like old and gray and you want somebody to like rock on a porch with, or you want somebody to sit and have coffee with early in the morning, is the ring going to do it? Is that going to keep you company? Because that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at how I'm going to be comfortable. I'm looking about how I'm going to be with another person. Because to me, people are a lot more important than material things. They always have been. But I've had material things. They didn't make me happy. I had new cars. I had new this. I had new that. I lived in, a house that my grandfather literally had built for my grandmother. Did the house make me happy? No. Was I happy to live there? Yeah, because my grandmother was there. I was happy because of the people that were in the house, not the house itself. I didn't give a shit about the house. I still don't. Would I like to have my own house? I would love to have my own house, so I don't have neighbors. That's the draw for me. The only thing I really think about in my house is we have to have enough bathrooms. I would love the bedroom to be on like one freaking floor so that I don't have to climb stairs because my legs hurt. And I want like yardage so that I can go outside and, have dogs and, like all sorts of little animals, and no neighbors. But the most important thing for me is going to be my kitchen, because that's where all my memories center. I feel like this apartment, we're so stagnant in this apartment because I can't do the kitchen thing. I can't, I don't have a central place for us to like congregate and relax, and they do their thing, I do mine, but we're all like, we're all going in, like the same circles. We're hanging out, we're doing our thing, but we're together. I don't have that here. There's no room. I miss that. I miss the kitchen table being where everybody, that was like home base. Everybody came there. That's the first place you went when you walked in the door. You walked in, you didn't go to your room, you didn't go outside, you didn't walk past to go to the bathroom or whatever. You came in and you hung up your coat, you opened the door, and there's the kitchen table, and hey, whatever, and you talk to whoever's gathered around the kitchen table. Grandma would always be like right in the next thing in the kitchen. Our kitchen was very open, so it was just like being by the kitchen table. Most people say dining room table. For us, it was the kitchen table. It was one big freaking room, but it had like an archway in between them. But I mean, that was how I grew up. Everything happened at that kitchen table. All the fighting, all the game playing, all the learning, all the, crafting, everything happened there. And I don't have that. I still have the damn table. It's right next to me. I have no place to put it where we can congregate around it. And I miss that. I miss having that experience. That's what's important to me. I don't give a shit what appliances are in my kitchen. As long as it works and it's clean and I can move around, I'm happy. But I want access to whoever's sitting at the kitchen table. I want to be able to see them and talk to them. I want, it's a hangout thing. That was always the hub of the house. We didn't hang out in the living room. Like, that was not a thing. You only went in the living room when you had company or when they wanted to get rid of me. They'd say, go in the parlor. Okay. I have a story. Was talking about getting over fears, hence snakes. Ah, okay. Rabbit T3. You want to move back to Southeast Kansas. I loved Kansas. If I had family there, I would have stayed. I would have. I mean, come on. I had my apartment was huge, and it was only $700 something a month with a garage and my own like parking spots in the front. We had they had the community pool. We had actually 3 community pools that we never used, but I had fireplaces. My room was huge. I had a gigantic walk-in closet that could have been another fucking bedroom. I had a gigantic bathroom. I had, everything. Katie had her own bathroom. It was a beautiful apartment. It was cheap as hell. And I'd walk out and it was like a scene out of Bambi. Like I'd walk out in the morning and all the grass had like little drops of dew on it. And, there were these big trees that were like lining this like little babbling brook that I had behind my house. And there was always like a hawk sitting in the tree. And, I had starlings that would sit on my rooftop right above like where the front door was, because I had like a awning. And I would open the door and then there'd be like a deer and a rabbit and like all these little animals like just sitting there like, hey, morning. And I didn't bother them in the least. Like they were just like, oh yeah, she's going to work. All right. They just go about their business. Nobody ran away. They were used to me. I was used to them. I had the raccoon who used to knock on my back door every night for something to eat. That scared the shit out of me the first night. I was like, oh my God, it's a wild animal. My husband was like, it's a fucking raccoon. Like, that's all it is. It's a raccoon. That means the lady that lived there before you fed it. You might as well feed it. But I fed it through the window. I didn't open that door. Fuck that. I ain't stupid. Nope. I would open the top of my bedroom window and throw the fucking food out until it got used to me. But because I didn't know how it was going to be. Oh my God, an impaling story. Move, Shelly. Yeah, well, but that's what happens here. I have a story, not me. My dumbass still runs towards gunshots. I don't run towards gunshots. I run after fire trucks. See, that's my dad. That was my dad's training. He was a fireman, so he always ran toward the fire. And he was just like, as long as you're not like getting involved, you're fine. But you could always go check out. So I grew up with a very healthy curiosity of, oh, I wonder where they're going. Let's go see where they're going. Let's go see what what happened. Because there was no internet then, and I used to actually be out in the world. Yeah, and I did things. So chasing a fire truck, it's not a bad thing. I don't chase police cars because that's the way you get shot. And I generally don't chase ambulances because they don't know how to drive. They really don't. The 2 times I've been in car accidents in somebody else's car they've both been with an ambulance, because the ambulance does not know how to like navigate through the streets. It's so funny. An elephant, yeah, those are weird. Never had one turn out well. I've got champagne taste on a bathtub wine budget. That's nice. My grandma used to say I had champagne taste in a beer pocket. Not about me, just like that was her saying. You have champagne taste in a beer pocket. Elephant. There's always white gold. Also, I'm on an Android, still no tagging. Damn, my hubby enjoys giving me gifts. He told me he picked out the most expensive one because I deserve to be treated that way. See, but that's a beautiful thing. He's got a reason, and it's for you. It's because he thinks that you deserve it. In my past, I know it wasn't because he thought I deserved it. It was because he wanted everybody to see that he had the means to buy me something like that, because he grew up poor. So for him, it was a status symbol thing. Look how far I've come. Look at the man I am. Like, if you really want to be a man, how about you just make me happy and not, not be a dick? Like don't flip flop in your emotions all the goddamn time. To me, the ultimate sign that you're a man is that you make me smile and not make me cry. Like, if you make me smile more than you make me cry, you're good. Like, just provide and protect. That's it. I'm not asking for $1 million homes and shit like that. Like, that's not what I want. And anything that, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I want to be provided for, but I'm willing to put in just as much work. You may not want me to, but if you do, if that's something that your ego can take, then I'm good with it. Because I think it's a partnership. If you're going to go through life with somebody, you're going to go through it with them. You're not going to go through it dependent on them. Yeah, you could depend on them for like different things and they could depend on you, but it's still mutual. It's still a partnership. You're not going to die if you get like one day without that thing. Good man. That's so special. Ellie, fine. Yeah, Ellie's got a good hubby. Good hubby. I have the perfect place for you. Single level, huge kitchen, but only one bathroom. And house. Listen, I know how cold Kansas gets, and I know about the tornadoes too. I don't know how long that outhouse would be, worthwhile. We had a closet in my bathroom because my bathroom was on the innermost part of the house, the innermost part of the apartment complex thing. And like I would put Katie in the bathtub. And I would, every time that damn siren went off, I had my hurricane box. And I would, so it, not really hurricane, it was a tornado box. But anyway, I had it from when I lived down the shore. And I had like this huge duvet, this huge blanket that I would put down in the bathtub. And then I'd pick her up because, she couldn't walk. And I'd pick her up and I'd put her in the bathtub and I'd give her a whole bunch of pillows and I'd put a blanket on top of her. And I'd give her like this little transistor radio that I had and a flashlight. And then I would get the bird cage and the bird cage would go like at the end of the bathtub. And the cat would go in the carrier in the bathtub. And the dog would sit there like in front of her. And I'd be like, all right, you stay here. And if anything, if I needed a place to go, there was this little linen closet at the end of the bathtub that you could walk into. Like it was just enough for me to like step into it and step to the side and I wasn't going anywhere. Like close the door and it was all like, it was very secure. My husband was on his own. Like, it wasn't his goddamn apartment. He had his own apartment. So I didn't have a place for him. So when he moved in, like I was like, you're going to have to find your own tornado spot. He was like, okay. I was like, because we're all set. But I mean, that's what we did every time the siren went off. Katie thought it was so much fun. I would be just like, oh my God, oh my God. But I mean, I always laughed our way through it because, I'm not going to freak her out about it. But to this day, she like some of her best memories were when the damn siren went off. Because she'd be like, it's time. And the animals knew, like the cat knew to go to the box. And the dog knew go to the bathroom and sit and wait and and he would always sit there and protect her. And if it got close, he would actually get in the bathtub and just lay on her. And it was he's a German Shepherd. Well, a version of a German Shepherd, but Belgian Tervuren was what he was called. His name was Jack Daniels. He was so good. But I mean, those were memories that we had that we weren't going to make anywhere else. I mean, it was some days it was like Keystone Cops just running around trying to get everything done. It felt like Benny Hill, but without the sex. Ellie Fine, he really is Mims. It bothers me how women treated him, but also their loss is my gain. There you go. There you go. I think about that a lot. I think about like men that I know and they're quality men. It's just they haven't met the right woman for them. And I feel bad sometimes because I'm like, how did nobody else see this in you? Like, how do they not see how wonderful you are? Why would they ever treat you in a way that hurts you? I would never do that. I would never want to do that. Will it happen one day? Maybe. People hurt inadvertently. Shit happens. But to actually plan it out and actually just keep doing it over and over and over, I can never do that. No. But I mean, it's not just men. That's anybody of value. And people have varying value. Let's not be false about it. Some people ain't worth shit. To me. Maybe they're worth shit to somebody else, but to me, they're not. But I don't treat them like they're crap. I just don't bother with them. I think that's the best way to be. Like, if somebody's of no value to you, if you don't like them, just stay away from them. Leave them alone. Walk away. You don't have to make somebody feel the way you feel about them, because that's your problem. Don't make it theirs. And I mean, these people that abuse, high value men, high value women, there's something about them that's missing. There's something about them that they know they have this person. They really don't deserve them. So they're going to ruin them before that person figures out that they don't deserve them. And it breaks my heart. It really does, because I don't like when people that I love are treated badly. I want to go back and beat the hell out of everybody that ever hurt them. But that's just me. I tend to resort to violence when it comes to the people I love. Yes, some of the best conversation moments and most fun are always had in the kitchen, Mimsy. Yep. Mimsy said, "You bet at Ellie Font you were his gain too." Aw, you guys are so good to one another. I love that. I love that y'all are just cool with each other and you're very supportive. You don't see that in a lot of other chats. You really don't. I can only think of like a handful that I go to that are like that, and the other ones I stay away from. Like Rickade is. I love Nick, but his chat drives me crazy sometimes. I'm like, y'all are just mean. Just stop being mean. But then again, when I was in his locals, I was just as mean. I have a story. Squirrels running around. A fat rat named Gus trying to dress you. Stop falling asleep to Cinderella. Do. Gus is so cute. He's just a little fat mouse. Yeah, no, I had a field mouse come out in the middle of my living room in Kansas and greet me, and I was not used to living in anything with mice. Yeah. So I was highly upset. My cat didn't know what to do. She was like, "What the hell is that?" I was like, "Kill it." Like, Shelly, all those little animals meat lunch. Well, whatever. My mother's husband actually, I don't know, he went hunting one day and he found he got a squirrel and he skinned the squirrel or whatever. And I was pregnant with Katie and I was sitting on the floor watching TV with all my brothers and sisters. And I was 6 months pregnant about. And he comes in, he's like, "Oh, I got a deer," which was great because I could only eat deer meat when I was pregnant with Katie. I couldn't eat chicken or beef. I could eat like fish and like shrimp and crabs and whatever. But as far as like meat went, no pork, no chicken, no regular beef, but I could eat deer meat. I craved deer meat. So this poor man had to go hunting like once a month just for me. And it was just because everything I ate had deer meat in it. And he comes in and he goes, "Oh, I got something new for you to eat." And he throws this it was in a plastic bag, but it wasn't in like a Ziploc plastic bag. It was just in like an open plastic bag. And he throws this thing and it lands on me and I see it's just this bloody fur and this face. I screamed because he threw the fucking squirrel at me and it landed on me. And I was just like, oh. He was always doing stupid shit like that. I hated that. But yeah, no. And he was like, "What? We're going to make squirrel soup." "The fuck we are." I was like, nope, going to grandma's. Gotta go. No, I will not be here for that. I would have never made it through the cooking of it. I would have smelt that once and bleh, that would have been it. You were frontline man in the military. And I have a story. Oh, I didn't know that. LEEMS, so automatic muscle memory reaction. Okay. You're awesome. Jacob said, "For better or for worse, status symbols are important for most, if not all men. Ask any man why he enjoys cigars, suits, cars, watches. It's our way of saying to the outside world that we can provide." Okay, first of all, you just named all things that are purely masculine. Cigars, suits, cars, watches. You're not buying any of those for your girl. Those are your status symbols. Those are your personalized status symbols. That don't have shit to do with the girl that you're with. You ain't providing crap for her. You're showing that you can provide for you. That you're showing that you like you very much and your creature comforts, but that has nothing to do with her. When I say he used to show off, he would buy me something and be like, "What do you think the guys are going to think? What do you think the crowd is going to think? What? Like, what do you think everybody's going to think? What do you care? Like, how about ask me what I think? Do I like it? Because I mean, if he would have asked me that, I would have had to lie because I didn't like it. He got me it was a very pretty ring. It was very pretty. It was a heart ring. It was hollow around. Like it was like thick gold going around in a heart, but it wasn't filled in. And the entire outside of the heart had diamonds, little diamonds. Very pretty ring. Okay. What do you want me to do with this? He was like, I can't believe. I was like, first of all, it fits my fan. How the hell did you get my ring size? He stole one of my rings. And then he got mad at me because when he got it sized, the guy was like, are you getting this for a kid? Because this isn't really a ring for a kid. And he was like, no. He said, well, this ring is child size. It was a 4.5. That was the size my ring finger was when I was 21, when I was 22, 23. Like that was how it was. And I mean, now it's like a 5.5. So it's like, but I mean that as you get older, I have the arthritis. It's got to get over that middle knuckle. That's the problem. But, yeah, he had to have it like made into a child size ring because they start at size 5, like for adults. And the guy was like, and I had to hear this whole fucking story about how weird I am because, and he had to go to all this extra trouble. And I'm sitting there going, you can't just give me a goddamn gift, right? That I could just enjoy. A whole song and dance has to go with it about how I put you out and you went to all this extra effort for me. I don't care. I really don't. I didn't ask for the fucking ring. I hate jewelry. You went through all this to make you happy, not me. It was never about me. And when he bought me the damn matching bracelet, I was like, wow, you really just don't know me. Like, he got me Billy Joel concert tickets. That made me happy. Because that's something I enjoy, something we did together. Slapping some metal around my goddamn wrist that has like really expensive stones on it that I could easily lose at any point, that doesn't make me happy. It never will. It never will. I'm never going to be that girl that you go, look, there's a diamond necklet. That doesn't make me happy. It doesn't. It means nothing. It's a generic gift. It's something that you'd pick out for any girl. Know me. Know what I like. I don't pick out just, I'm just going to get you whatever. Here you go. Here's a briefcase. Why? It's, crocodile skin. Like, it's expensive. It's top of the line. Everybody's going to know how, how quality it is. But you don't need a fucking briefcase. It's like, why did I buy it for you? Oh, so that you could, you could use it for your paperwork and, it looks good on the desk or whatever. No. Because that's just me wanting to portray something. That's not me caring about what you like. To me, it's more important that you know the person and know what they like and give them the things that they're going to enjoy, things that they're going to cherish. I'm not going to cherish a piece of metal. I'm just not. It doesn't mean it. It's very cold to me. It's a very cold gift. Is it nice once in a while? Sure. But for me, it's just not important to me. Rabbit, my house is 123 years old, and so is the outhouse. Both are still standing. That's because they were built to last. I like older things. They're built to last. They're built to take a beating. They can weather any storm. That's what they say, right? Jacob Peets, because for better or worse, a man's value is dependent on if and how much he can provide. Bullshit. Because at this point, I value a man who is willing to do what it takes to provide. I don't care how much comes in, as long as you're able to, take on that role. I have no problem like contributing. I don't need a free ride, but again, it's different. You're young, you're just starting out. It's good for you to look at it that way. At this point in my life, I just don't care about the monetary value. I just don't. Because I know that shit doesn't last. There's nothing somebody can buy me that somebody else can't just take away. You know what they can't take away? They can't take away my memories. They can't take away the feeling that I have with that person. They can't take away the bond I have with that person. That's what's important to me. Everything else can be replaced. It can be taken away. It can be replaced. It can be broken. Just by accident. If you have a real relationship with somebody where you're really bonded with them and you get them, it's very difficult to break something like that because they're never looking at the next best thing. They're never looking to upgrade. They're not saying, I'm getting better at this. I deserve better than you. So I say, if it's a choice between me and somebody else, pick them. Because if you don't know what you have with me, then you don't know what you have. And there's no point in sticking around. Get the fuck out. Let somebody else have a shot. And I feel the same way about other people. I value people for who they are, not what they have. That's why you could be awkward as ass. If there's something about you that I find absolutely just tickles my funny bone or whatever, like, I will stick with you. No matter what. I don't care if you don't have 2 pennies to rub together. Do you have 2 brain cells to rub together? Because that's more important to me. It really is. Sense of humor, affectionate, like that kind of thing. That's what's important to me. It's what you have on the inside, not what you got outside of yourself. All that shit can be burned down in a nanominute. Not nanosecond, because, fires usually take a little longer to spread. But I just know how fast things can be taken away. How fast you can lose everything. And I'm at that point where that kind of stuff is not important. Is it nice? Absolutely. Would I love to have a more comfortable, more secure, financially secure life? Absolutely. Do I want to be able to buy something without worrying that I can't pay rent if I do? Yeah, that'd be great. But it's not the be all and end all. The whole point of this dating thing, like us looking up these dating things, which I've given up on at this point. They focus so much on the showy part of dating. And to me, it just rings out kind of shallow. Yeah, it's all right. We're living at a time where everybody's counting who makes what and what do they have, and they have this, and because everything's an it's all optics. Oh, get a picture. This is my car. Look at me, like posing next to my car. Not even yours. Like, but you want people to think that you have like this, better lifestyle or whatever. Why? How about you show me a picture of somebody giving a shit about you? That'll fucking make me jealous. That'll make me like, that's impressive. That despite the fact that I know you're a twatapalooza, somebody genuinely loves you. That's impressive. I don't give a crap what kind of house you live in. I really don't. Oh, you live in a great big house? How's it feel to be all in that nice big house and dead inside? Like, that's the way I look at things. I have a story, Mimsy. I don't know about that. Just my job. I did have a nickname of Shit Cloud. Why? Guys hated it when I was around because something was going to happen. Oh, Lord. Okay. I have a lot of dating stories, Ellie Funt. All right, give us one. Still cried over this shit. Hey, he's a character. He is Mimsy. I love him. Jacob Pete's Love Me Venison. Simple as. My mother's husband used to cook it. He used to cut it in strips because, like, you know, when you're that pregnant, I'm not cutting anything. Just give me strips so I could just sit there and just gnaw on it like fucking jerky. He would cut it into strips and he would do it in this like pepper sauce. And he would like, first he'd do like a rub and whatever. And then he'd do like this pepper sauce and he would let it dry. And like the meat would just suck the flavoring in. And then he would just like wipe them off and it would flake off. And then he'd cook the meat. And the meat would have all that taste to it, but none of like the gook on the outside. So it didn't get on my hands because I was very like, ugh! Like I was very sensory when I was pregnant with Katie. I had such a good time being pregnant, but it was just like, I didn't like my hands being dirty. That was one thing. And I couldn't eat like a lot of different foods because they visit, like I got violently sick just from the smell of things. But the pepper taste it used to set it off so good. It was so spicy. That's why we were all like, she's so like placid. Like Katie's very docile and very calm all the time. So I'm like, how come I ate all the spice with her and she wound up like la 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 la, like just very like happy and da da da. And yet with Connor it was all fruits and nuts and bland foods, and he's the one that's off the fucking rails all the time. So it's like, how? Like I didn't know. You're supposed to match what I ate, damn it. But no, he's he's nutty, so I guess. But oh yeah, I wish I had that freaking deer meat. I haven't had deer meat in so long. Oh, and I could taste it, man. I'm like salivating just thinking about it. Elephant. My husband was the first guy to not cheat, abuse, etc. after years of being single and reflecting on why I was attracted to that, or why I attracted that. I realized that I deserve to be treated good and deserve to not settle. Well, you know, it gets hard to get to that point. Not everybody gets there. You know, I'm on the road, but I'm not quite there. It's like, I know what's good out there, but I'm not convinced I deserve it. That's just me, though. I'm glad you found out, though. Because you're a wonderful person, Ellie. You come in here, I catch you in Nick's chat. You always make me laugh. And, you know, you're always there. Like, you're a good backup. You really are. Like, you don't run away when shit gets hard. You stand up and you say your opinion and you stand your ground. And I respect that. I appreciate that. You're just somebody I like knowing. Like I said before, I like you. You're good if I like you. I mean, I could love you to death and still walk away from you. But if I like you, that's something else entirely. I have a story. Mimsy, see, not all nicknames are cool. Want to know my other one? Talon? Why? Glad you asked. My middle toe is longer than the rest. I don't go barefoot because men run scared and Okay, come on. Doesn't everybody have that toe? It's just a little weird. I have the one that I broke like, I don't know, a couple dozen times because I walk into shit. And it's the one toe that always takes the brunt of the freaking pain. I mean, it's not weird looking. I don't look weird in freaking flip-flops or whatever, but it's hard to wear flip-flops because of the whole almost losing my toe thing. But, yeah, no. Do you have any other nicknames? Because now I'm wondering. I really want to know. He said, Mimsy said, oh man, he goes, I have a story. He said, all true. I joke and bullshit a lot, but 'tis true. Those are the best ones, are the true stories. In high school, they gave me the nickname Bubbles. And I always say it's because of my bubbly personality. Nope. But we're not going there. Well, see, the winging is a different story. The winging is a different story. I was more discussing men generally speaking, but I get you. The winging. Okay. It's a good point, though, Jacob, about showing you can provide. Yeah, absolutely. So I just said exactly what I was going to. There's a 20-some year age gap, and I'm married. So it's not my life. It's my observation of my peers. Yeah. And Mimsy said, same here, Shelly. Got to have heart. It's what you have on the inside that's important. Chicken Pete's. But I can tell you for a fact, when I dress nice and I go out with the guys, people take notice most about what I wear. Oakley glasses, Citizen watch. You see, your name and shit, I don't even know what it is. I ain't got time to concentrate on shit like that. God, can you? I can't. I've never been into the brand names or anything like that. It's never been a thing for me. Sometimes tailored clothes, gator skin boots. That's what young people around me notice on me because it's a very materialistic time and it's a very materialistic world. I don't know. I've had money. I've been dirt poor. I've stolen bread from in front of a supermarket so that I had something to eat while I was living in my car. So I've been to every side of the spectrum. You know, I've been all over. It just made me realize that there are certain things that are important and certain things that aren't. You know, certain things are going to always be more important to me than others. I don't care about the stuff that could be replaced. It could be replaced. Who cares? I care about the stuff that's constant. You know, the stuff that's not going to flip on me and make me have to rethink everything. Tailored shirts, not whole outfits. I should clarify, which I could afford that. Wish I could afford that, but I only have 3 tailored shirts for the nights I want to look extra sexy. You're married. You ain't looking sexy for nobody. Be quiet. I'm kidding. I was engaged 3 times. First time was when I was 19. I was on and off with him from 12 years old. I told him I was enlisting in the Navy. He said, no, wife of mine will be in the military. And that was the end of that. Hey, Wolfie, what's up? Then I told him my whys and the benefits. Then asked him what he wanted me to do since I didn't think he could support a family. And it ended with me telling him that I was sick of his shit. Yeah, good girl. Yep. You're like, well, you know what? You can take all your opinions, shove them straight up your ass. How about that? That's what I tell them. I have a story that was good. Wolfkinder. I have a story. Talking trash and truth. Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure in dark corners and closets. There is some, but I'm only aware of the 2 nicknames. Listen, I'm sure I have some very not pleasant nicknames out there, and I don't care. They can go suck it. Elephant. Second time I was engaged to this guy who I met through a singles church activity email. Okay. We chatted for months. He asked me out. Then he prepped me because he was disabled, and our relationship ended because he cheated. He taught me that even people with disabilities can be assholes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if they like to play the pity card. Forget it. Jacob Peace. They're not super expensive brands, just brands. But I found that you get what you pay for over the years. The slight premium price is worth years of wear and tear. I mean, you're talking to somebody who literally had to raise kids like by herself. So my focus was never on what I could get for me. I mean, I remember having nice clothes when I worked in an office, but then I started working with kids, and you don't wear nice things when you work with kids because they tend to get all sorts of different schmegmas all over you. So you don't wear anything that you like are super attached to or cost a certain amount of money. Like you wear jeans and t-shirts and, you know, maybe the occasional nice blouse or whatever. But for the most part, until I learned how to buy cardigans to cover everything, so that took the hit instead of my clothes, I just wore jeans and t-shirts. Elifant. Third was my husband. I met my hubs through my BFF, who I met when I was at boot camp in the Navy. He was friends with her, and he messaged me with a hi, and my response was, "What do you want?" Followed by a call to my BFF to ask if he was a good guy to make sure she had not been with him before. She verified that he was a good guy. She didn't date him because he's short, and she never slept with him. That's always good to know. Always good to know. Hint to everybody out there, find out who your friends have had sex with, because I found out that a lot of my friends tried to, or at least made out with, a lot of my exes. And they're like, "Oh, did I ever tell you?" No, you didn't tell me, and I don't know why you're telling me now. I don't want to know. I didn't want to know then. I don't want to know now. I don't ever want to know because I don't care. But now you gave me that information, and I'm a little like bitter about it. Like, why would you tell me? Why would you bring that up? "Oh, did you know that I was with your ex?" No, I don't want to know the details. Please don't tell me. And they proceed to tell you in excruciating detail. And it's just like, oh, okay. So you're with him. What am I supposed to do with that? "Well, I just wanted you to know." Okay. Was he with me at the time? No. Okay. Was he dating you? No. Did he tell you he loved you? No. Did he treat you like he loved you? No. How many times did it happen? One. Oh, so you were just some hoe hookup. Okay. Good to know. Like, don't try to hurt me with that shit, because I will flip that shit on your ass so quick. So quick. And like I said, that's the thing. I found myself in relationships. I would go in for the hookup, and suddenly they just didn't want to leave. And it was like, it was like, I don't like you. Why am I staying with you? Because I'm bored. It's like, ugh. But it's not like I ever lied to them. I told them, like, you're not my favorite person. I mean, if I could, I'd be somewhere else, but I'm here bored. Let's make the best of it. I told you I was a real mean bitch. Like, I always said, you know, brutal honesty, but I was heavy on the brutal. Like, heavy on the brutal. I'd love to just lay something out, and I'm like, if you stay, you're so stupid. And if they stayed, I knew I could walk all over them. You never want to give me that kind of information. There's a difference between being with somebody who loves you and you love, and somebody who you don't even like, and they're going to let you shit all over them and thank you for it. That is not a healthy relationship. And I will take advantage of it. Or at least I used to. I just don't have the energy anymore. Jacob, I wear a uniform 5 days out of 7. You bet your ass on the 2 days I get to dress how I want. I look good. Yeah, my grandfather had a whole closet full of suits. And I used to be like, why do you get dressed up every Sunday? You get dressed up like, it's crazy. Like, this should be the day you're relaxing. He's like, I wear a uniform 6 days a week. Because he used to work Monday through Saturday. And I don't ever remember a time when my grandfather didn't work. He just always had the gas station open. And, yeah, I never said, "Where's Grandpa?" I just knew he wasn't in the house. He was next door in the gas station. For him, it was like the workroom. But he would wear the same uniform every single day. And he would wear it at home. You know, he'd switch into like his house pants. Just a t-shirt and house pants. He never even owned jeans, my grandfather. It wasn't a thing. But he owned slacks and he owned suits, and he had a lot of nice like button down shirts. And, you know, he's the one who taught me how to tie ties, because he was like, someday you're going to have a husband. You're going to have to tie his tie. So I'm going to have to teach you. And he did. He taught me all different kinds of knots and whatever. most of which I've forgotten, but I remember some of them. But I mean, he made sure to teach me all that because he was like, if you're not with a man who can't wear a suit once in a while, then you need to have a talk with that man. Like, you need somebody who can dress up for family events and stuff like that. I don't know. Suits never did anything for me. I worked in offices. I worked with suits all day long. They didn't impress me. You know, a suit does not make a man. A man makes a man. Suit's just covering. And most of the time it's covering up shit that ain't there. So I don't trust my eyes. I trust my instincts more now. I trust what you show me. If you show me one thing, then I'm going to believe you. But if you just put on something, that's means nothing to me. Wolfkinder. Oh, sadly, when you're around communities of people with disabilities or chronic health issues, you run into my story is worse than your story once in a while. Oh, the one-uppers. That's what we call them. Oh, yeah. Oh, you feel this way? Well, I had da-da-da-da-da. So it's like, ugh. Every time I talk to my mother, she's like, oh, how you feeling today? I'm like, my legs are they're really swollen. And, you know, like I start to tell her and she goes, oh, my legs hurt so bad today. You just don't understand the amount of pain I'm in. Bitch, did you take a Tylenol and it went away? Yeah. Then, yeah, no, I don't understand the pain you're in because I wish I could just take a Tylenol and everything feels better. Like, shut up. Oh, I guess. Oh, it makes me so mad. It's like, can I just tell you? You asked me how I feel. Let me tell you. Don't tell me you feel worse. Like, you're 81. You should feel worse than me. But you don't. You just want to say you do. But whatever. Anyway. Oh, you triggered me. Ellie Font. My hubs and I were pen pals for years while he was deployed and stationed overseas. Aw. Years of emails, chatting, calls, and then he started talking about marriage. And I said, whoa, we need to spend time around each other face to face. And we spent time dating in person and both realized that we were both brutally honest. A few months later, we got married. Yeah. Known him for 15 years, married for almost 12 years. Aw, that's sweet. Yeah, that's a really good way to get to know somebody and, you know, to really get to know the ins and outs of everything, the different ways they deal with things. There's so much more you can do that way. You know, like you can talk things out and not have hurt feelings all the time. And nothing is like embarrassing because you're not really face to face. You can be a little bit more open, a little more vulnerable because the person's not there. That physical intimidation doesn't exist yet. And then when you do get together, if you click, you know, physically face to face, then you already got all the important shit settled. You know, you don't have that whole long drawn out, getting to know me, like really getting to know you phase. No, you already know one another. Now, once you figure out that you're physically compatible and you like being around one another physically, I don't see the point in waiting. You just jump in. You know, you already wasted enough fucking time. Congrats, Ellie. Sounds like he's made all that heartache worth it. Yeah. I love that he makes you happy. And I love that he recognizes how wonderful you are. You're very lucky. And they love your story at Elephant. You were meant to be. Oh, Elephant. I once dated this guy I met online, flew out to meet him, and investigated. Found out he had 7 girlfriends at the same time. Dumped him ASAP. Girl, please. Okay, so I married the man that I met online just because I just wanted to get married before my grandmother died. I know, it was stupid, but I was, 25? So what the fuck did I know? And let's face it, I make bad decisions my whole life. That's why I can't make them on my own anymore. I just can't. I need a second opinion, you know, which I have. But yeah, no, I met him online. I actually met him in an AOL vampire chat. You know, when we used to have the little chat rooms that you go into. And I met him and I liked his screen name because it was weird. It was like Growl or something. It was GRRROOWWLL, something like that. And it was intriguing because I was like, what the fuck is his problem that he's growling at everything? And I started talking to him. And the first night I talked to him, he was like, oh, I know what you're after. And I'm not into that. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, he was all full of assumptions about me. And he was like, oh, you know, you're just here for a good time. You know, and I was like, first of all, fuck you. And he didn't expect that. And I told him off. And after that, he was intrigued. He was like, I'd like to talk to you, like, you know, like talk on the phone. I was like, all right, fine. And the minute I heard his voice, I told him the truth. I said, let me tell you right now. I said, you sound like you're a sentimental one and you're looking for like something. I'm going to tell you, I'm never going to fall in love with you. Like, I'm just going to tell you that right now. I might love you, like friendship love, maybe even like, you know, like a little romantic or whatever, but I'm never going to be in love with you. Like, I've had my heart broken. I don't do that anymore. And I was dead serious. And I knew I didn't, because I slammed the fucking door down on that part of myself. And he was like, yeah, sure. And of course, by the end of the first conversation, he was like, oh my God, I can totally fall in love with you. See, he said, I could totally fall in love with you. And that's not what I heard. And I let myself like become attached. And I was attached. I never fell in love with him, but I was attached. I cared about like talking to him. I enjoyed talking to him because I heard something that I thought he said. I heard it different. It took me years to get to where he said he could, bitch. He didn't say he did. The whole time, 5 years you're with him, he never said that he was. He would just always say, well, we love each other. We love each other. We love each other. And I don't think he understands what love actually is because he thinks it has to do with like status and whatever. Like, he always wanted to be better, have more. And that's what made him who he was. That was never who made me who I was. I am who I am because of how I am. You know, I have a very big personality. He has none. Like, he has the personality of like paint chips. Like, that's how like blah he is. And I didn't realize that he was living through me. He didn't know how to talk to people. So if he was with me, I talked to everybody. He got to be next door to that. So it was like he was fun adjacent. He was interesting adjacent. He was never any of the things he wanted to be, but he was close enough to me and I was all those things he wanted to be. And so he didn't love me. He just loved what I was about. He loved what I was like. And he wanted to be that himself, but he couldn't. So it was just as well that he was as close to it as he possibly could be. That does not make a good marriage. That doesn't even make a good friendship. And it took me years to realize that that was what he was after. AOL chat rooms were great, but I got the weirdest private messages. Oh, honey, I know. I had one guy, Draven was his name. He would only talk to me in like this weird, proper, like, I don't know, like Victorian era, kind of like this weird gothic speech. Like, it was just a certain way that he talked, and it was just, and he expected me to talk about it. I was like, this is way too much to think about. Like, this takes way too much energy to constantly, like, instead of saying hi, he would come in and be like, good evening, darling. How did your day go? I hope you fared well. And I'd be like, what? Yeah, it was great. He never cursed. He never said anything. Like, it was always like real frilly, and it was just so weird. But I mean, he used to make me laugh, so I talked to him. And then he showed up outside my house because this was after my husband had decided to like take a powder, and he moved to Kansas. And I was just talking to this guy like every night because I had nothing else to do. I was drunk like every night on wine. As soon as Katie went to sleep, I just drank 1 or 2 bottles of wine by myself. And I would just sit there and just be depressed. And I started talking to him, and we would just talk about mundane things. We would talk about goth stuff. We talk about movies, but it was never anything like sexual or romantic. And then he just showed up outside my house one day. And I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, I'm looking at your building. I just don't know which window is yours. And I was like, and you fucking not gonna. And I was just like, I turned off all the fucking lights. And I went into like the innermost room, which had no windows. And I sat there just freaking out. And I told him, I said, I swear to God, you ever come to my house again, I will call up all my exes and have them come kill you. Like, I am not the bitch you mess with. And he was just like, I didn't mean to freak you out. I was like, well, you did. And it was the weirdest feeling. But anyway, I always meet the weirdos that find me. Like my stalker who sent the Christmas tree to my goddamn job when I worked in Wallace. That he went and busted into my phone and found all like incriminating photos of me. Ellie said, the years I stayed single and didn't date, I learned a few things. It's okay to be alone. Just because someone asks you to marry them doesn't mean you have to say yes and that I deserve to be treated good. Yeah, see, that was a hard one for me. I also learned to be the marrying type, meaning I worked on myself to be the person someone would want to marry and treat well. Yeah. That's so important, Lady Awesome said. Was he a Rennie? That's how much, you know, people who were Renfet? No, he was just from Minnesota. Sad. Lady Awesome. Younger me would have never attracted my current husband had I not worked on myself and raised my vibration. Wolfie said, some of my hobbies I listed on AOL were teaching dog obedience classes and play progression hypnosis. I had several people want me to hypnotize them to be my dog. Oh my God, I can't. Oh shit. Wolfie, you're funny. You know what's funny? I call you Wolfie. That was my nickname for my ex-husband. Because that's what he wanted to be called, Wolfie. It never sat right with me. I have no words for that, Wolf. I have nothing. I had several people want me to hypnotize them to be my dog. You know, having a phone sex operator, that really doesn't surprise me, but it amuses the shit out of me because a lot of people out there don't realize how many freaks are out there. And I mean freaks, like things you're just like, you look at somebody, you're like, you didn't just ask me that, did you? Like with a straight face? Oh, you're serious. Oh shit. Like, I don't know what to do with that. It takes all kinds. And I'm not kink shaming anybody, but stop. Just stop. I have a story at Wolfie. I knew it was you. You're the reason I walk away barking like a chicken. Oh God, that's hilarious. Wolfie said, I have a story. I thought we had a connection. I can't. Oh God. Oh God. I got tears. Wait. I did not expect that. That was so good, Wolfie. I needed that. Thank you. Jacob Pete's, everyone in this chat has all these different stories with different folks, and I'm just here like, all my stories are with the same person. Plus, the age is a thing, but they're always fun to hear. Listen, the fact that you got it right out the gate, that's good. It's good for you. A lot of us didn't, though. And you'll see, like, so it's it's kind of generational too. People like me, like Lady Awesome, like Ellie Font, we didn't always have the best like start in life, you know, and it's rocky, and you have to grow up quicker than you should, and you meet people who feel good in the moment, but they're not actually good for you. But you get that rush. You feel things that you don't get to feel otherwise. For me, I was very reckless. I was very reckless because I didn't see a whole lot of reason to give a shit about my life. Like, there was no value to it. I could do whatever the hell I wanted. You know, let the chips fall where they may. I could always just run headfirst into a wall and be done with it. That was always my end game. If it gets too hard, check out. Like, that was my go-to. You know, and then I had kids. Like, I had my daughter, and the go-to was different because I couldn't just check out because it wasn't just me anymore. Did I still have that recklessness? Yes, I absolutely did. But I didn't think the end game was the same. I just always thought, I'll deal with it as it comes. Like, whatever. Like, I was never without a relationship, so it didn't bother me. I was never alone. They wouldn't leave me alone. I would try to be alone. It didn't work. In this town, it doesn't. The only reason that I don't have them like literally like on my couch right now is because I don't go out and run into them. None of my exes have gone away. None of them. And they still try to get in touch with me, and they still try to, like, you know, worm their way back in. And the thing is, I'm at this point in my life where I can see what they are. I can see how I am to them. And I think I deserve different than that. I don't want to do reruns anymore. You know, I don't want to live that part of my life over because it's just going to be the same result, if not worse. They are not going to make my life better. They're not what it takes to make me happy because they don't understand me. They're stuck with teenage me in their head. They're stuck with 22-year-old me in their head. They give no credence to any of the stuff that I've been through in my life because they don't give a shit. They want to cling to who I was because that made them feel alive. Might not have made them happy, but it definitely made them feel like they were alive. I mean, I was definitely a live wire. I will say that. I kept them on their toes, but they're not what I want. You know, I know what I want. That's something I couldn't say before in my life. I just don't know what I deserve. And that's what I'm working on. I'm working on, hopefully, you know, get growing in confidence in my own value. That's what I'm working on. That's what I do here. When I get in here and I talk to you guys, we're joking about dating and everything, but really I'm twisting and turning everything that I know and what I think I know, and I'm looking at it from different angles. Everything for me is an opportunity for investigating something, for really picking it apart and dissecting it and twisting it and turning it and looking at it from all different directions. and admitting that the way I see things is not always the correct way that they are. You know, I see things through my lens. Is that how it's intended by the other person? Probably not. Probably not. Which is why I'm always honest about how I'm perceiving things. Because if I'm wrong, I would like to be corrected. Is it disturbing for some people or a pain in the ass? Absolutely. But the only way I can work through things and see things differently is if I tell you, okay, you did this. This is how it came across. Is this what you meant? Because that's how I took it. Like, that's how I see it. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong so that I can change my perception. So it doesn't hurt. So it doesn't continue to bother me. So it doesn't fester and become something else. You know, and that's hard. It's hard to admit to somebody, and it's hard to talk about. But you can get to a point where it becomes every day. You know, it's not somebody doubting you as a person. It's them doubting themselves. You know, it's not me saying, oh, I think that you're this or whatever. It's not a judgment of you. It's a judgment of me. Because I already have faith in you. So, like, I've already put you on this, like, higher standard. I'm trying to work my way up. And I'm trying to make sure that it's not above what I deserve. And if it is, you know, I still have that. You know, what do I have to do to work my way up closer and closer and closer? Because I never want to take advantage of anybody. I want fairness. I want balance. That's what I want. Ellie Font. The best relationship I had, I wanted to marry this guy. We met at work. He ended up transferring to a university in Boston and asked me to go with him. I stayed, but we still dated. We dated for 3 years. He treated me very good. I assumed he wanted to get married and have children because he was Catholic. Turns out he was anti-marriage and anti-children. Oh, no. That was the deal breaker. Well, yeah, I would think so. Though I'm very happy and I know I learned things from every relationship I had, I love the man I married. He's everything I never thought I deserved. Aw. I can't read that, Rabbit. I'm sorry. I would love to. I would love to read that out loud, and I can't. But thank you. You got me all choked up, man. It was supposed to be a light day, damn it. You know what, Rabbit? Someday I'll believe that. Someday I will. I absolutely will believe that. Not today. But I'm trying. I am trying. All right. We have been going, Jesus, we've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. See, once the leaf blower stopped and we just started talking, it was good. I hate doing articles and shit. I'm just not that person who could sit here and just read an article and be like, nah. No, I got to talk to you guys. Like, I need a flow. No, don't be sorry, Rabbit. It was a beautiful thing to say, but thank you. I know. All right. Let's see. All right. Here, if we need this. Here we go.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
All right.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks. Really appreciate that. No, it's. Thank you, Ellie. Lady Awesome. I can't, not right now. I'll try later. I promise. Mimsy, love you. It came out of nowhere. It's not the words. I've told you guys the one way to disarm me is with kindness and tenderness. I can't deal with it. I quote Stuart to my therapist all the time. Does your therapist go, good, 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 you're learning, shame. I'm always here to remind you. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. It just took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting to see that. That's because Rabbit is awesome. Jacob Peets, to all the ladies and a few men who float through. A few men? Do you have any idea how many lurking dudes I have in this damn chat? They're on different platforms or whatever, but they're there. Trust me, they're there. When you look at my analytics, it's, well, for certain videos, it's all women. Anything Johnny Depp related is pretty much 80% women. But like most of my analytics say that the majority of my audience is male, believe it or not. They just lurk. I don't know what it is. My therapist is a good fit. I love my therapist. She's great. She calls me up once a week when she remembers. Or she'll text me. She's like, I know. Oh my God, I'm terrible at this. I'm like, no, you're good at it. You're not good at schedules. Said, get over yourself. Thank you. We all love you very much. Is that better? Yes, it actually is. I could say that. I do. I didn't expect that, but I love you, Rabbit. You know I do. Anyway, so it is 12:22. Sounds like a good stopping point. We talked about dating and how ridiculous they are. I'm not even going to go back to that list because, Lord, it's so long. They put, like, you can't go bowling. You can't go play billiards. How many first dates are on to go play pool? Oh, my God, that's an amazing first date. Like, you get to talk. You get relaxed. You get to, like, they can show you. If you really like them, they can show you how to hold the stick. It's all about, opportunity. But I don't know. I just think people put too much emphasis on the monetary part of the date. How about worry about the person that you're dating and not the places that you're dating? Because you're not going to take that restaurant home with you. You're not going to take that experience and be like, oh, I'm going to grow old with this experience. No, that's not going to keep you warm at night. Pick somebody good. Pick somebody who can make you laugh when the last thing in the world you want to do is laugh. Like when you're so down, you cannot pick yourself up. Pick that person who just goes goofy for you. I love a goofball. When somebody's adorkable, forget it. That's a very special title. I don't give that to just anybody. Mimsy, right, Shelly? So many things to do on that list. I know. My self-improvement list gets longer. It's like the more I, do right and the more I get through, the more I realize, oh, I'm fucked up in this area now. Ellie Font. Ooh, first dates idea, mini golf, pool, picnic, no movies because you don't talk. I love going to the movies. Rabbit, I have a down comforter and coveralls. Okay. Were you cold? I love you in your coveralls. Did I tell you I had a dream about you in your coveralls the other night? So weird. Ellie Fun, but you don't talk in the movies. Well, no, but there's other things you do. I mean, nothing perverse, but like, that's a really good place to just reach out, hold her hand, hold his hand, whatever. I don't do that thing where I reach over and I take his hand. It's like, I'll put my hand there. And if you take it, okay. Shelly, first date, come on. Oh, I like hand holding. Let me tell you something. You hold my hand and I'll follow you anywhere. I literally will. It does some weird, tricky thing to my heart. I don't know. I get it skips a beat. It's so weird. I know. I'm such a sentimental crap. It just sucks. It keeps you warm. That's right. That keeps you warm at night. Your down comforter. Girl, I have the Sherpa blanket and I have like the heated chair and I have the heat on behind me and I'm still fucking cold. I sat outside in the snow this weekend. Why? I mean, I've done that, but why did you do it? Just to think and just to numb yourself? Because I used to do that when I had too much overwhelming me. I would sit outside in the snow and it was so crisp and so clean and so you smoke outside. Yeah, I just go out and just get covered in snow. I mean, I do love snow, don't get me wrong. I just hate shoveling snow. Like I'll play in the snow all goddamn day. It don't bother me at all. You know, I get cold, go have some hot chocolate, have some soup, go back out. But snowball fights, love snowball fights. Oh my God, love snowball fights. Love making, snow angels and snow families and igloos. I mean, the first time I made Katie igloo, she was like, oh my goodness. Like I literally made her a tiny little igloo. And she was like, it's warm in here. I was like, yes, keep your clothes on. Because she had a habit of she just shuck her jacket wherever. She was always hot. She's still always hot. That's the Puerto Rican in her. She's always hot. And Connor's the same way. He walks around in like t-shirt and boxers all day long. You smoke outside. I just always like going out in the snow because it's isolating, but yet not. I find snow to be very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. Any kind of snowy landscape, that's what I like to look at. All the ice and the snow and the different hues that the white takes on and the brightness and just how new everything looks and how clean everything looks. It's pristine. It's pure. It's the last like purity that I get to actually physically look at. It does something to me. It calms me in this weird way. Nothing else does that. But snow will do that. It was only enough to cover the ground and it was 26 degrees. Now we're heading back to 60 degrees. Of course, because it's Kansas and you have all 4 seasons in one day. It's what I loved about living there. Yeah, get up in the morning, it's raining. Go to work, it starts snowing. On your way home, the sun is out, for a little while, and then nighttime, everything is ice. It's like, that's just great. That's great. And in the middle of all that, is that a siren I hear? No. I didn't know that tornadoes sounded like trains until I heard my first one. And I was just like, oh, that's what that sounds like. It's like, oh, I can live the rest of my life without ever fucking knowing that. I miss standing outside at night with the dogs when the snow was just starting and everything seems quiet. I'm still on first dates. One date was jet skiing. I don't know that I'd want to go jet skiing on a first date. I'd kind of want to know his skill level. Because I don't want to, like, if you think it's fun and let's go jet skiing or whatever, I need to know you could swim. Because if you fall off, my ass ain't coming back for you. Like, do I have to come back and save you or are you good? A few hiking dates. God, but no, see, I was just going to curse a whole lot. We're not doing like exercising dates. The only exercise that we're going to get together in one of our first few dates is fucking. That's it. Like, we're not going hiking. No, the first time you see me sweat is because you're making me. Like, no. Nope. That's a hard line for me. You had a date at the beach once? I'm trying to think if I didn't have a first date. I had a lot of beach dates, but not first dates. But I didn't go on first dates down the shore. That was a summer thing. Usually I had the boyfriend for the summer. One date took me to a casino. Now, see, I would think that would be worse than the movies. Because at least in the movie, you could talk about the movie after. The casino, if they make a lot of money. Like, what are you gonna say? Give me half? Like, and if you get a lot of money, like if you win a lot and you're with them, will they feel entitled to some of it? Like, I went on a date to a casino, but he was like my boyfriend for a whole fucking year. And he taught me how to gamble. Like, I had never been to one myself before. He took me to Hooters after. Like, if my date takes me to Hooters, it's because I friggin' asked him to. I'll be like, you know, you want to go to Hooters? Let's go see. Like, let's go. But if he suggested, I'm going to be a little like, really? Really? You don't know me like that. Mimsy, I had a date where we climbed Mount Washington. Ugh, I made it though. That sounds like a phenomenal date for you. That is not the kind of date that gets my blood going. Wolfie, I remember hearing what sounded like a cannon shot. And I said, that's an earthquake. Next day in the news, earthquake around 30 miles from me. Oh my God. Is that what they sound like? Like just a big like cannon boom. One date was sightseeing at a historical place. Now, see, I would like that. Like go check out some like old fort or whatever. Actually, Rachel and I used to go to places like that all the time. I swear to God, Rachel was like my best friend, but well, not my best friend. She was my closest friend at the time. But I felt like I was fucking dating her because it was always, where are we going today? Where are we going today? And I was wound up paying. It was like, really? Because she never had money. Never had money. Let's go eat here. I just look at her. How expensive is it? Oh, I think it's just Then I have to calculate, can I afford the two of us? Because I always knew she never had money. Or if she did, she'd bitch and moan the whole time. I can't believe this costs that much. I can't believe. Oh, just order the goddamn thing and fucking I got it. It's whatever. Like, I just, I'll go without during the week so I can pay for you to have a nice little steak with your dinner. Mimsy, it was the first date. I didn't know what to say, but I rolled with it. Was younger then too. Yeah, I was a lot willing. I was a lot more willing to do weird shit when I was younger. It wasn't a first date, but we went parasailing, and I really didn't want to. Because it was one of the down the shore things, and I know how fly by night they are. They are not well trained. So it's just like, you're taking your life into your hands if you're doing this. I'm like, I got a kid. I don't wanna. Like, it wasn't a fear of the parasailing. It was a fear of, you fuckers don't know what you're doing. And I don't trust you with my life. But he didn't take it that way. So he made me do it. And I just had such a miserable time. And they didn't drop me, but they did drop one of the people we were with. So it's like, I'm glad it wasn't me. It wasn't me. They're like, that wasn't supposed to happen. Gee, you think this was supposed to be a whole you're not getting wet kind of thing? You know, you parasail out of the boat and then you parasail back into the boat. But no, apparently not. Mimsy, Elephant, Carnival date, Renfest, opera, Broadway show, art gallery. Those are all great dates. But that doesn't mean that the other ones are bad. Concert, band, yeah. Philharmonic. I don't see the music date as a first date. I don't know if I could do that because I mean, I guess if you've already had discussions or whatever about what kind of music you like, but a Philharmonic thing, like anything like that might set me off because I'm already nervous. And when I'm nervous, I talk more. So if you're going to take me to something where I have to be quiet and have to be still, that's going to be a problem. It's a nice idea and everything. It's just for a first date. I don't know. I would love it for later dates. That's fine. Mimsy said, I thought we were going for a nice ride somewhere to take a nice walk. Well, you did take a nice walk. It was just, a vertical walk. You were walking on flat land. You were walking up. Elephant, I dated a few musicians. One was a rock star, and the other was a classical musician who plays in the Philharmonic type thing. Oh, so that, I mean, that would make sense. I never dated fancy people, like, or people with, I guess, careers. Like I said, I didn't pick who I dated. I just kind of found myself in relationships based on the people I was hanging out with, because that's where we dated. It was all in the same little, like fishbowl. It was pretty up top, I must say. Yeah, but I'd be dead by the time I got there. So it's like, meh. I mean, now I used to be able to like climb mountains like nothing, but not anymore. I'll get back to that. It's just going to take me a lot of hard work. It's going to take doctors figuring out what the fuck, how to fix me. Once they figure that out, I can do the work. I'm used to doing the work. To be fair, I dared some unemployed dudes also, and someone who works at a pizza place. Oh, you dated. You would dare do it. I love you. See, that's what happens to me when I try to like correct a typo and I just keep getting a typo and I'm like, that's it. I don't want to play anymore. Like, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. So she said, to be fair, I dated some unemployed dudes also and someone who worked at a pizza place. Yeah, I dated scrubs. And my ex-husband was, after we moved to Kansas, he was a Domino's delivery dude. And it was always, he would always say, someday I'll be manager. And I didn't have the heart to tell him, like, you being manager of a Domino's does not make my heart go pitter-pat. Like, it's not something I want to put on a billboard. Like, you're not really doing anything. You're just managing schlubs like you. So what the fuck? And the only reason you're going to become manager is you're too old to deliver. Like, they just want you in the store. Mind you, the only way he made it to manager was that his brother bought a franchise and made him a manager and then fired him a couple months later. I thought that was hilarious. He didn't want to admit that to me, but his nephews came running to me. Dad fired Uncle Brett. Couldn't wait to call you and tell you. It's like, oh, y'all suck. But I love them for it. I did. That's pretty bad when like all your nieces and nephews turn on you and they're like, you suck. I'm going with Aunt Shelly. She's not your aunt, god damn it. Well, she is now. Wolfkinder, playing words on stream can be torture. My phone has a mind of its own. It's so weird. When I'm typing on the iPhone in like a DM or whatever, it's fine. But anytime I try to type anything into YouTube, it has a mind of its own. It totally goes right off the rails. It makes shit up. Like, it just makes words up. And I'm like, I didn't even remotely come close to typing that. Where did that come from? I don't understand. Outpost nerd, why are they scrubs if they're willing to work even those mundane jobs? I don't get it. No, do you not know what a scrub is? We also mentioned the unemployed. Like, pay attention, nerd. Scrubs are the unemployed ones that are just hanging out with their friend, like just acting like everything their friend has, they have, and they're just as good. No, like your friend has a car. You don't have a job, so you can't get a car. Like, what are you going to do? Like, is he going to pay for our date? Because I'm not paying for it. Like, you want to ask me out, then you want me to pay. Nope. And that's the thing. Feminism, I am not a feminist. I'm just not. Feminists screwed up everything for women. Everything. And I don't give a shit who gets upset about it. They took away everything. Like, you're not supposed to want to stay home and raise kids. You're not supposed to want to take care of your husband. God forbid you be nice to a man. Oh my goodness. What kind of a woman are you? Have you no self-respect? I have enough self-respect to know that if a man treats me well, I'm going to treat him well. That's called being a decent human being. It has nothing to do with male, female, or anything. But like I like my, the door being opened for me. I like a guy to, be gentlemanly. I like chivalry. I want to be, protected. I don't want somebody to fight my battles for me, but I want to know that they're there if I need them. And there's a certain, like, people think it's all or nothing. When somebody gets to know you, they know what you can handle, and they know when to step ahead of you and say, no, you're not doing this. Like, you're not going to get her. That's it. You want to get to her, you go through me. And that's it. It's not that they don't think I can stand up for myself, but maybe in this situation, one, it's more effective if they do it, and two, maybe it's just too much. Maybe they know that I'm dealing with a lot of different things, and I just can't do this one thing, and they have no problem but to step up and not rub it in my face. And not say, oh, well, I had to protect you. That's not protecting somebody. That's you wanting to feel like you need a pat on the back for stepping up for somebody else. Just no. And I feel like that's been taken away a lot. So when I find that, I'm like, oh my God, thank God. Like, it means more to me than anybody would guess. I dated a truck driver and a construction worker. All fun things. Listen, we have a great truck driver. We have T-Rex. Who doesn't love T-Rex? And I'm sorry, but he's awesome. He's got all his shit going on. And let's see, before I get told, I can't find it. Where is it? No, come on. I know I have it. This sucks. Oh, there it is.
First of all, I don't pay property tax.
That's one of the great things about truck drivers. They don't pay property tax. And construction workers are hot. Let me tell you something. You put a tool belt on a good looking man and I will slide my way into third. Like, we're good to go. Oh, there's just something about a fucking man that knows how to fix something or put something together. It's just, oh, good God. Just such a show of masculinity. I love it. Scrub might mean something different down here. Outpost, go listen to the damn song No Scrubs by TLC. Just go. Because then you'll know what the hell we're talking about. He said, nope, if I ask her on date, I'm paying. I would hope so. Ellie Fun. Ooh, here's a bad dating story. Met this dude through friends. He was very charming at first. Told me he was divorced and he had 2 kids. Later found out he was still married, not legally separated and not even filed. The end of the relationship was him being abusive to the point of trying to push me down the stairs and threatening to put my body in the ocean. Yeah. That would be the deal breaker for most people. Unfortunately, I was already married when that happened. So I was like, sometimes you're stuck in it until you can find a way out. Rabbit, I dated a lawyer and a trash man when I found my husband. Okay. That's both sides of the spectrum. Jesus. Trying to think. I've dated landscapers. Like, I was with landscapers. I was with coffee baristas. Let's see, Miguel does granite work. He lays granite countertops and stuff like that. But he used to work in Dunkin' Donuts. So, of course, when I knew him, he worked in Dunkin' Donuts. And who got him that job? My mother. It's like, okay. And I didn't drink coffee at the time. So it was a completely useless freaking place to put him. Then I have the pizza delivery guy. And I'm trying to think. Tommy delivered coffee for like the longest time. He was a coffee bean delivery dude. Yeah, but I've always dated guys or been in a relationship with guys that didn't really do much. Yeah, they were lazy, or they had no brains, so they couldn't get the good jobs. So yeah, I'm not used to being with somebody who works. It would take adjusting, but I'm all for change. Ellie fine. I know I let men treat me like shit. Well, after that relationship, I purposely stayed single for years and worked on myself. Good. And that's what I've been doing. It's just, it took me getting stuck in a chair for a while to say, okay, all right, well, the outside let me down. Time to work on the inside and then, hopefully migrate to the outside. Hey, my husband measures for granite tops. That's what my daughter's father does now. He makes good money doing it. He, of course, didn't do that at all when he was with me. No, with me, he was, the donut man. And not even a good one. But no, yeah, what he does now, it takes skill, and he's really good at it. And I mean, I tell him he should be proud of himself, but he's like, well, what do you think? I don't care. It don't affect me one way or another. Like, this asshole makes good money. I still don't see him sending any money for his daughter. Like, it's like, okay, you got all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Do you ever think of ever contributing to your daughter's life? Because even with time, stop trying to sniff around me. Go talk to your daughter. Rabbit, both were friends and not love interests. I met both in college. Aw. Yeah, I had a lot of guys that I met in college that I was good friends with that people assumed we were dating because we were always hanging out. But I don't know, maybe they assumed we were dating, but I didn't. That'll be fine. You deserve to be treated like a queen, Shelly. Thank you. Queen isn't bad. I could do queen, but then again, I tend to hold court. Wolfkinder, have a good day, people. Have a good day, Wolfie. I am going to end it here because we are almost at 5 hours, and I really need to go to the bathroom. I have these compression things on, and it's like I've been so good, and I just can't now. So I gotta run. And I want to tell you guys, thank you for dealing with my shit show earlier. Thanks for writing the whole thing out. I knew we'd turn out all right. I can't mess with formats like that. I just can't read shit off. It's just not how I do things. I need more interaction. I need more cerebral intention. Get some rest, Shelly. I am going to get some rest because I am tired. I am so tired. I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in, hanging out, sharing your stories. I love the stories. They just, and Rabbit, you, me, and Caitlin, it's a date. We are going to do this. We are going to do that show when she's free, and it should be soon. So I hope that the rest of your day goes well. Thank you, Ellie. I hope everybody's day goes well. I hope that you find nothing but smiles and laughs, because that's what I'm looking for today. I'm not looking for anything to bring me down. I just want to enjoy the day. I'm in a good mood. Absolutely will, Rabbit. And I just want to have a good day. I just want to laugh and make other people happy. And I'm glad we had this, aside from my one little hiccup with the whole, don't be nice to me kind of thing. It was good. I laughed a lot. I wanted a nice light stream. So once we hit our groove, we were good. Oh my God, I'm getting flashbacks. I accidentally activated Ellie's flashback mode. All right. Oh, you're too funny. I love you guys. I will see you in The Funny Papers. I'm going to play my outro, my intro as outro, because it's the only outro I have. All right. Love you guys. And I will see you in The Funny Papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And
prayer.
doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fist and ride, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be